Good afternoon, everybody. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. So now we're going to have the national anthem, and it's sung by Kira Wilkes. It's going to be on video, and she is from Newport Harbor High School. So please stand and listen to the national anthem, and then remain standing and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Now it's time for a moment of solemn expression, and today we're very fortunate to have Reverend Dr. George Okusi from St. John the Divine Episcopal Church. Reverend Okusi, you have the floor.
And let us pray. God of justice and mercy, we thank you for the gift of life and the opportunity to serve the people of our city, Costa Mesa. Help us to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen to one another with understanding and goodwill. Help us to speak with charity and restraint. Give us a spirit of service. Good Lord, remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be the leaders your people need in this city, regardless of our background. Help us see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. Help us to implement the programs you have put before us this year, O Lord. Lord Almighty, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of the human person. We thank you and ask this as your sons and daughters, confidence in your goodness and love, and we all say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend Okusi. Beautiful words. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Reynolds. Here. Councilmember Harlan. Here. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Harper. Here. Councilmember Gameros. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Here. Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no presentations tonight, which is a bit unusual, so the first thing we're going to do is public comment. For public comment, you can come up to the either podium if you're in the chambers. You can talk about anything that is not on the agenda, anything that's not on the agenda. We have two matters other than the consent calendar on the agenda. You could also talk about the consent calendar at public comment. Please don't talk about the items that are on the agenda. And you have 3 minutes And you'll get 2 minutes, you get a warning, and then after that, your mic will be cut off. After we're done in the chambers, we'll go to Zoom, and then if you wish to speak on Zoom, push *9, and then when you're called on, either by name or by the last 4 digits of your telephone number, push *6, and then you'll be able to speak. Okay, we have our first public comment. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. So since last month was Parks Make Life Better month, I thought I would talk about my vision for future parks in Costa Mesa. I would want to see a greenbelt corridor across the city from Newport Bay to the Santa Ana River Trail. So to do this, I've laid out a plan. On Del Mar, we could have a 2-way cycle track protected by an 8-foot parkway that stretches from the Newport Bay Reserve all the way to the 55 freeway. Here on Fair Drive, along Fair Drive at City Hall and Vanguard, the parking lot that's next to Fair Drive can become another parkway, and the fairgrounds could be a 1 million square foot park with any other parking spots that are removed turned into a parking structure. To keep going on Fair Drive, we can close that between Villanova and Carnegie and provide a more greenbelt and bicycle highway and provide access for North College Park Elementary School students to cross Fair Drive easily into College Park Elementary School. At the Fairview Developmental Center, we can continue a greenbelt corridor through whatever future development we put there. And then I think that the golf course should be turned into a 10 million square foot park. This will allow so many more people to access amenities, be it a Japanese garden, a dog park, a skate park there. More people will be able to access that as an open park instead of as a golf course. And then we cross over into Fairview Park, which connects to the Santa Ana River. This will allow for 11,760,000 square feet of new open space. But I think this Greenbelt corridor plan can be more ambitious. I think we could also be putting more parks in neighborhoods. A lot of the city's only open space is single-family home backyards. So if there are any ways to make it so that we don't limit our open space to single-family homes, then I would really like that. That way we can have more parkland open to the public. Anyways, that's my vision for future parkland in Costa Mesa on corridors, but also in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Humphrey, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I'm here tonight to report on an error I made a little while ago, in that I made presentation about future development here in the city, and looking at the changes in the general plan that were going to happen, I provided some pictures that were forecast of what could be on those pieces of property. And one of the places I did was Costa Mesa Motor Inn. When I made these things, basically I was told, oh, those are inaccurate. They're they're much bigger than what's going to be there, et cetera. And of course, all those pieces of property were undeveloped. And I'm here to acknowledge that I did make an error, because when you actually look what's there, it's bigger than what I said it was going to be. Now, what's really interesting about this is that it is taller, and if you look at the backspace where you can see the parking lot over all the other buildings stretching down the lot, it is huge and much bigger than what I said. So I apologize for understating the size of those projects. And of course, we have other projects that use the same dynamics to determine its size. And so this one was there and it was too big, and this one was there and it was too big, and this was there and it was too big. And one of the interesting things about all these is that if, in fact, you increase the densities on all those properties in your corridors you're going to talk about later, and all these properties are in those corridors, all those pictures double in size also. So keep in mind that when you in fact make those choices, these pictures not only are undersized right now, they will be severely undersized in the future. And remember that Newport Boulevard at 19th is an intersection you can't fix. So it's going to be interesting to see how you deal with the traffic dynamics and what have you in the future. Thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey. Ms. Spadoni, you have the floor.
Yes. At the last council meeting, one of the council members brought to the attention of the audience that there were a couple of memos that had been distributed, one being the land use measure talking points and the other one the housing measure talking points. However, none of those documents were online or available to any of the public. So I put in a public comment, public request for the documents, and I received from Ms. Barlow a message. I was given one of the documents, the housing measure talking points. However, it was explained to me in her memo that because it had been a draft, the draft talking points, it had not been reviewed, but was distributed in error. Well, since the other document was also distributed, I'd like to request that maybe a consideration, just a second, a consideration that possibly a Brown Act violation was committed, that according to 54957.5A, it said agendas of public meetings and any other writings then distributed to all or a majority of all of the members of the legislative body of a local agency by any person in connection with the matter subject to discussion or consideration at an open meeting are discoverable to the public records. So although I was given the one, I was not given the second one. So I'm asking that I do get the second memo, which is the land use measure talking points, since the entire council was provided with those. And also I'd like to make a comment that I have one other pending public request for information, and it's been pending since June 10th. And I think that that certainly violates the law and the spirit of the law. And I'm hoping that the, you're asking for the trust of the residents. And I think as things have been going on, that's a very difficult way to handle business right here. Because if we can't get the flow of information or transparency isn't working, how are we going to trust you on important items that are coming up, say, in the next hour and a half? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Ms.
evening,
Leffler,
Council.
Great to see you.
A long time since I've been down here in person, and can't say I've missed it a lot. But anyway, I just want to say a few things about something coming up later. I'll speak to that, but I'm not speaking to it directly now. And it's that you can't put lipstick on a pig and make it look pretty. There's just no way. It's a selfish hog, and it wants to make all of Costa Mesa its own wallow. And that's what's happening development-wise. They have our eye on us. They thought we'd roll over easily, and this proves to be true, even though a lot of you were elected because we wanted to replace the last developer-friendly city council, and a group called CM4G worked really hard to get rid of those guys and to get new people up there, a few of you who are here now and who we thought were going to fight for a low development, low density future for our city. So it's been pretty disappointed, and that we got rid of a developer council, and it was a really hard fight, but then we found out it's kind of the same kind of people, like the Who song, hello to the new boss, just like the old boss. And I just wanted to remind you, some of you, what you promised and what you were elected to do, or at least what we thought you were elected to do. Thank you.
All right. I don't see anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak at public comment. How about on Zoom? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Erin McCall, please.
Okay, Mr. McCall, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the time. I am a Costa Mesa resident, and I live in between Fairview and Harbor Boulevard. And I just want to talk about like how dangerous that street is, how dangerous Wilson Street is. There are accidents there all the time, and there are folks who live, in my community, and they're not able to access the park. We were just talking about the importance of public spaces. When you're trying to cross that street, you're not able to get across because, unfortunately, the county has said that Wilson Street is like a corridor to get off the freeway. But it's like putting a corridor through a residential area, right? And the people who suffer from it are the renters and the folks who live in the mobile home communities. It's urgent that, the city council and city staff prioritize making sure that folks are able to walk. It's really personal to me because my mom, goes for nightly walks, and it's just not safe for her to be on that sidewalk. The sidewalks are really narrow. There's not enough space for like mobility devices, and then just trying to cross the street to get to Wilson Park. The kids aren't able to do it. So kids in my neighborhood play in driveways and in parking lots because their parents don't trust them to be able to cross the street safely. So if we can get like one of those raised crosswalks, that would be amazing. And it just would help make the community a lot safer, and we'd be able to access that open space that we all need to do and have some of that Costa Mesa pride. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anybody
Next
else on
speaker is Oz Reynolds.
You have the floor.
Hello. I'm just calling concerning the resource fair on Saturday at Lions Park. I found that it was a really good event. There was plenty of useful information. It was provided in multiple languages. The staff that was out there was the most friendliest, or the most friendly that I've ever seen at an event. And not only that, they were hardworking. I mean, those people were carrying heavy stuff around, but they were just so nice. One of them almost talked me into joining the senior center, but I'm holding out a little bit. But I wanted to remind you about your sustainability efforts, because I think the city has put some money into sustainability, yet we saw plastic water bottles that were being handed out. There were no recycling bins provided for the bottles to be tossed into. I think participants at your events need to be reminded to bring their own bottle. And if you're not going to put up and install water bottle fill-up stations at public facilities for the public to use, you can still use mobile fill-up stations that you can rent from various places. Also, lunch was provided, but again, you had no bins for food waste. So I expect that your next public event, you'll be doing a little bit better. But I think attendance was good. Parking did not appear to be a problem, even though there was a lot of people. And I think a lot of the neighborhood community members just walked or biked to the event. So again, I just want to say kudos to the staff that worked there on Saturday, because it was a really good fair. And I think a lot of the people who attended really appreciated that. I know I got a lot of information that's going to result in some actions on my part for my community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on Zoom.
Steve Wick, please.
Mr. Wick, you have the floor.
All right. How about Foreman?
What did you say? Gorman?
Foreman, please, you may speak.
Foreman?
Hi there, City Council. I am reaching out tonight to ask for some support from you and the police department with regards to fireworks. We're on the west side, and just Sunday night alone, there were over 5 mortars that we heard going above our head. And we have a 10-month-old. He can't sleep with his window open because he's having traumatizing. Yeah, he's having traumatic events every time these things go off above his head. We've called, it goes on all hours of the night, mostly on the weekends. But I mean, we're in August now and this is still happening. So
it's also leading up to 4th of July. It starts in May and in the month of June and July, it happens almost nightly. And it's pretty traumatizing. I can only imagine for anyone who has PTSD how horrific it is truly to not be able to sleep.
So we'd like to see some more support from the police department. I know that those fines would be a great revenue generator. And yeah, that's all we have to say.
Thank you.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I have been studying our draft housing element and comparing it with other cities in the area. Right now, I am focusing on how our phantom inclusionary housing ordinance might compare to the other cities' ordinances. Specifically, there are 3 variables that cities use to not only accommodate affordable housing, but also encourage it. The first is applicability, or how the policy will apply to developments of a certain number of units and above. That is usually combined with a set-aside requirement that is expressed as a percentage. And then they will throw in income targets. The number of units and percentages thereof varies. For instance, San Clemente requires developments of 6 units or more to have 4% of the units be targeted for very low income households. Brea requires projects of 20 units or more provide 10% with no target. Pasadena, which focused on developing a central district by converting small plots of land to residential uses, and also did a great deal of higher density infill and mixed use development, requires developments of 10 units or more, set aside 15% for low and very low incomes. Irvine just has a flat 15%. Each city has a different approach because each city had a different vision of how to grow. These cities took the time to do a true visioning process for their city in order to get to the point where they could decide the requirements of their ordinances. In Irvine's case, it was a master development of the entire city. Pasadena's vision used the process of urban renewal and historic preservation to promote economic development, but produced a livable city. How will Costa Mesa determine the applicability, set-aside requirements, and income targets? More importantly, how will Costa Mesa grow a better city? If we are to encourage the development of 4,713 units for very low and low-income wage earners, the city needs to be the party that determines how and where the projects will be built. Will they provide or be near amenities? How will the city provide transit options so we don't build a car-dependent city? How will the city mitigate impacts on emergency services, parks, national resources? The city needs to take a planning first approach to its ordinance. As the build out of the West Side overlays has shown, you can't let developers do it for you. The visioning process needs to come first. For a number of reasons, I suggest the city take advantage of outside professional planners to conduct the visioning process. Let's get going on this before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Phone number ending in 803.
803, you have the floor.
Hi, I spoke last meeting about One Metro West and its relationship to Measure Y. It was approved in June. One Metro West was approved by the council in June of 2021. At that point, you had the option of setting it for election at the next regular election or by mutual agreement with the developer having a special election. The window is closing for a regular election, which means that you apparently have by default made the choice for a special election. My question was, when was this decision made? Who made it? When did the public have any opportunity to provide input? My question was never answered. What I did learn was that we are in negotiations with the applicant to potentially have a special election. This is 13 months. Let's face it, if you're dating for 13 months and you haven't kissed yet, it's probably not gonna happen. So we close the window on the next regular election. Only by agreement of the applicant will we have a special election, which they may or may not provide. They are perfectly within their rights to withhold that. So option A is gone. Option B is not going anywhere. What happens? Will we get into some sort of deemed approved scenario? Has the applicant provided a waiver of their rights to be on the next regular election, or has all this been done just on a handshake and a couple of phone calls? If we cannot do the regular election and the special election is precluded by the applicant, then do we end up with some sort of sweetheart lawsuit with a sweetheart settlement that makes One Metro West exempt from the election? These are all questions that have to be answered, as well as my original question, as in who made these decisions? When was the public afforded the opportunity to join in? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Fred.
Fred, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the comments about the aerial bursts on the west side. The preparatory barrage begins sometime in June, followed by fire for effect from July 1st through July 6th, and continues on desultory firing throughout August and almost into September. And just last night, we had another one, airburst. And you can see them, you can hear the crump as the mortar tube goes off, and then you can see the airburst. And I've called the police so many times that they must get tired of hearing from me. So it's a continuous issue over here. Every single one of those fireworks is completely illegal in this state, much less this county and much less this city. Illegal to possess them, subject to large fines, and I don't understand why we don't have better enforcement. It especially seemed important to talk about this tonight when we're talking about the military equipment that our Costa Mesa Police Department has now possesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, no further speakers.
Okay, close public comment. Now's the time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions for council members to talk about things that have happened in the city and make various comments. So we're going to lead off with our council member from District 2, Lauren Gameros. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's just go on discussion mode. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Next up from District 6, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick things. One, I wanted to thank and congratulate the Costa Mesa Foundation on yet another very successful Concerts in the Park series. It's always a great time. It seems like it's gotten bigger and bigger every year. I remember when we started it 15 plus years ago, and it was, you know, a quaint community event, and now it's like the event of the season. So looking forward to next year's events. And then I wanted to thank staff, for all of our staff, and in particular our Parks and Public Works departments, for our new paddle tennis, I'm sorry, is that what we're calling them? Pickleball courts at Tanager Park. We had a ribbon cutting last week. It was actually a lot of fun, and I readily admit I'm not a pickleball player. I'm a kind of tennis purist, but I kind of caught the bug, and I spent a lot of time after everybody left playing with some of the folks there. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we can incorporate that more in our parks throughout the city. That's all for tonight.
Thank you very much. Next up from District 1 is Councilmember Donald Harper.
Okay, I'm challenging Jeff Harlan to a pickleball match, since he doesn't know what it's. No, I'm kidding. It's a beautiful park, and they did a great job with Tanager Park. It's where it was my old neighborhood. No comments tonight. Got a lot of people waiting to talk, and it's gonna be a long evening, so I'll just pass.
Okay. From District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Okay. Yeah, just a couple quick notes. I'll say ditto and all the kudos to staff so far. I also wanted to thank and congratulate staff on the resource fair. I thought that was a really great fair. A couple of things stood out to me in particular. One, of course, how well it was attended. Two, I could see a lot of the little strategies that we've been talking about in terms of getting attendance and really engaging people and encouraging people to go to all of the stations to get information. It was really neat to see all of those strategies in action, and I think it was really effective. And I noticed on my walk around how multilingual it was, which I think was really key and a strategy that we've had in terms of engagement, inclusive engagement across our community. So really fantastic job. Thank you to staff. I think that was a really meaningful event, and everyone I talked to said it was really valuable for them in terms of getting important information. And we'll do better in the future on the recycling. I did have to walk across the park to throw away my bottle. The fireworks remains a real challenge. I know it continues to be a headache, and we've employed a lot of different strategies that are probably improving what situation would be. But clearly it's still an issue in front of us. So I'll ask our chief, we've got maybe 10 months till next 4th of July, if we could get some folks to put their heads together and really think about how we can figure out some solutions. I know enforcement's hard when we don't see the action happen, but there's got to be something. So let's keep some folks plugged in on that. And I love the Greenbelt Corridor plan. It's a great vision. Probably something we can't do all at once, but we can certainly take steps toward that, and we should take steps toward that. Want to note to the person who called in about Wilson Street, I think this month you'll start to see some construction, really fantastic design on traffic calming on that street. And I've also asked a staff member to reach out to you about just kind of making sure they understand the experience of walking on that street, but you're getting your crosswalk. Thanks.
Thank you. From District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. A lot of good kudos were given out. I want to give one more kudos to our great police department who's having their National Night Out today at Lions Park. Another great event where community members can get more comfortable with contacting the police and kind of break some stigmas they may have. I always found it great to work with our police department, and I think this event will be a great way to foster more of those ties. And finally, I want to say I eagerly await to hear every single one of you today on our agenda. So thank you all for coming, and look forward to hearing your comments and thoughts.
Thank you. Our Mayor Pro Tem from District 3, Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I'll be brief. We're about halfway through the OC Fair. My informal polling of the neighborhood is that things have been going okay in terms of parking, traffic, trash, and all the things that College Park and Mesa Del Mar have to deal with during the fair. They've continued to keep attendance capped, so I think things are okay, but I just want to put out a call for feedback or input on anything that you think could be improved in terms of our interactions with the fair, and especially now that we're halfway through, it's not too late to make some changes. The fairgrounds is a very willing partner as we try to figure out how to make it the best possible experience for the surrounding neighborhood as well. So if you have any comments or feedback, I'd love to hear it. Thank you.
Okay, next is me. Yes, the pickleball court is spectacular, and it was fun to play on the pickleball court, and it was fun to have that event. And so thank you to Public Works Department. Don't forget, though, when you go over to Tanager Park, it's not just the pickleball court, but they put in new structures and play area, and also they refurbished the beach volleyball court. So our Public Works Department and our Parks Department has done a great job there. It was fun to go to the opening of Chargers training camp last Wednesday. There are many betting lines that have the Chargers as one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. I think that would be great. They're here this year. They're here the next year. They look terrific. And so go on out. I don't have the times, but go to chargers.com and you can figure out how to get to the training camp. Remember, most likely they're just going to be here this year and the next year, and then they're planning to go to El Segundo for their training camp starting in 2024. Regarding fireworks, I do look forward to the after-action report from the police department and the fire department, and have that published to the public. It's usually about a month after the 4th of July, so we're about right there, so we should see it. And, you know, it is a problem. It's now becoming more of a problem year round. So whatever we can do, the police department knows about the problem, of course. But if we can do anything as a council to pass ordinances or to provide equipment or funding or whatever we can do to support the PD and the fire to address this issue, please bring it to our attention because it is a serious issue. Finally, I'll say I did get in the Mesa Del Mar area, somebody from El Camino said that they were having trouble with parking and they asked why they couldn't get guest passes for multifamily. And I think that falls under Public Works. I'm not sure about that. So if somebody could look into that, that'd be terrific. It seemed to me like there should be allowed guest passes. It seemed to me like based on the Attorney General rule that we've learned about in our study of our parking permit program, that multifamily should be treated exactly like single family for all purposes pertaining to parking. So I think that was a reasonable request by those residents. So that's all I have. And so now I want to introduce you might wonder why is he here up on the dais with us, Chief Stefano. Now he's the acting city manager because there's some health issues that prevent our city manager and our assistant city manager from serving today. And so thank you, the chief. He always steps in. So Chief, you are the acting city manager. You have the floor for your city manager report. You got to turn your mic on though.
There we go. Yeah, first test. I like it. Well, Mayor Stevens, members of the council, it's an honor to be up here to serve and do a step in for Lorianne. We anticipate that she'll be recovering for about 4 to 6 weeks, but I will be remaining in close contact with her and we'll proceed. The staff has been exceptional on all levels, and we're fortunate to have such incredible staff at all levels and through all levels of the organization. So pleasure to serve. Just a couple of quick items. One in regards to addressing homelessness. Costa Mesa's efforts to address homelessness continues to be a success, as 228 people have now been housed as of July 2022. The City of Costa Mesa's Network for Homeless Solutions is a collaborative effort among city staff, volunteers, and nonprofit and faith-based organizations to address homelessness in our community, and they continue to do an exceptional job. An item regarding the Mission Mendoza street cleanup. Also want to extend a big thanks to our code enforcement officers, public works, city managers, team members, who on Saturday, July 9th, helped residents clean up the alleyways of the Mission Mendoza neighborhood. Over 20 volunteers helped on that day. And thank to our sponsors, Chick-fil-A, Shirley's Bagels, and Randy's Donuts. And then lastly, we do have firefighters that have been out for a week now. They were up at the Oak Fire deployed. They just transitioned and in fact just made it up today. I was just notified they're at the McKinney Fire, which is further up north on the border of Oregon. It's the largest fire in California this year, but we remain committed with our partners throughout Orange County and throughout the state. So we're certainly proud to be a part of that, and the city of Costa Mesa certainly is a strong partner in that. And then lastly, the Orange County Fair obviously is going on. There's a lot of great events. There is a fundraiser that is taking place throughout this week. It involves police and fire, and that great partnership that we have. This Friday night, Chief Lawrence and myself will be involved in the demolition derby for the RVs, and it's, as I said, it's a fundraiser. So if you're out there Friday night, 8 o'clock, we've also have police chief from Newport Beach, fire chief from Newport Beach, and a couple of others, Tustin, and then the Fullerton fire chief. But I certainly know that Costa Mesa has a firm hold of that one, and we'll look forward to that. The charities involved, obviously, are the Police Officers Foundation, the Padre Foundation, which is near and dear to my heart, and CHOC, and then lastly, the California Fire Foundation. So we're looking forward to be part of that. We hope everyone can make it out on Friday night. And again, it's an honor to serve up here. Thank you so much.
Can I just say something though, Chief, that be careful in the demolition derby. We're getting pretty deep in the depth chart here.
I was going to say that.
At City Hall.
Please.
And I don't know who's the next person, but whoever it is, keep the chief healthy. That's all I can say.
Carol, maybe?
Carol, are you up? Anyway, just something to think about. Okay, so now we've got our city attorney, Ms. Barlow. Do you have a report?
I'll just make this very quick. Chief, I hope you guys raise a lot of money, and please sign waivers well in advance.
Okay, yes, so thank you very much. Now we're going to go on to consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted on in one motion unless they're pulled by either the public or members of the city council or staff. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to pull an item off the consent calendar?
No, Mr. Mayor, I've had no requests.
Okay, in that case, I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mar, seconded by Chavez. Motion to approve, I'm sure, so let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, well, there is something, there's a little bit of consequence to efficiency, in as much as our first item is a public hearing item, and all public hearing items are set to begin at 7 p.m. So, City Attorney, okay, we can't start this until 7 p.m., right?
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
So then in that case, I don't think we want to start the second item and then go back to the public hearing item. So why don't we take an 18-minute break, and I'll see you guys here at 7 o'clock. All right, thank you, everybody, for bearing with us on that break. It's 7 o'clock. We're back on the record, the city council meeting, and we're going to call now the first and only public hearing item. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public hearing item 1, approve certification of special assessments for the collection of delinquent civil citations for municipal code violations. Presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
Ms. Molina, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight, we will be discussing the special assessments request to be placed upon property owners for the collection of delinquent civil citations. A team of staff from the City Manager's Office, City Attorney, Finance, Development Services, Police, and Fire have been working on finding and shutting down illegal cannabis operations, as well as going after some other municipal code violations. As you are aware, illegal cannabis operations are a danger to the public due to zoning, building codes, and fire codes. Before you tonight are 41 civil citations that have been issued that are delinquent. All those who were issued citations had a minimum of 30 days to pay before being considered delinquent. As far as city staff, upon 30 days, every 30 days thereafter, a notice of past due delinquency is sent. In relation to illegal cannabis operations, unlicensed vendors are unable to apply for a permit under Measure Q for a year until the fines have been paid. As per the City of Costa Mesa Municipal Code, these citations can be placed on tax rolls of property owners. The Department of Finance, Treasury Division, collects all of delinquent civil fines. At tonight's public hearing, we're requesting to assess 27 properties for a total amount of $35,000. Since the agenda report publication, some property owners have paid their delinquencies and therefore will not be sent to the county for assessment. Recommended action is to authorize the recording of such assessments against the respective properties as lien on the Orange County tax rolls. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Excellent. Council, do you have any questions of Ms. Molina? Yes, Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, real quick, Ms. Molina, what kind of violations are they? Can you give us a flavor for them?
There's multiple violations. Some of them are the illegal unlicensed cannabis operations. There's also a handful of building code violations that are also on the request for the assessments.
So these ones like for $175, what are they exactly? I'm just curious.
So some of them are for having an unlicensed cannabis violations. And I'll turn it over to Jennifer for the other building code types of violations.
No, that's okay. I'm just interested in the illegal cannabis, that's all. It's okay. I'm just curious about it. Is it just people selling cannabis illegally? They don't have their license expired, or they never got it, or what?
Some of them are going through the unlicensed cannabis. Others are employees who are at some of the cannabis areas that have the employees have not gone through the background check.
Got it. Are other cities experiencing this kind of problem?
For cannabis?
Yeah.
Or for the assessments overall?
Just penalties, fines, and...
This is very normal for other municipalities to do this on an annual basis.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi, Ms. Molina. Thank you for the staff report. I had a quick question. I know one of the businesses on the list was trying to pay today. I'm not sure if they did. If they weren't able to pay today and we pass this, do they then pay the county, or can they still do their payment through us? How does that work for businesses who...
They can still pay through us. Okay. We will be submitting to the county on August 10th. So they have until August 10th to pay directly to the finance department and avoid going to the county.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Then we'll open it up to public comment. Sir, I got to turn on your mic, and then you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and members of the council members. My name is Hector Perez. I'm here on behalf of a citee who received a a citation and the notice of today's public hearing, Mr. Tom Sabaris, who's present with us. He's in the gallery. The property at issue that the lien or assessment is sought to be imposed on is 1526 Newport Boulevard, number B. According to the notice, a public hearing notice, the invoice at issue is invoice C as in Charlie, I, T as in Tom, Y, 83776. It is for or in the amount of $3,000 with a late penalty attached to it of $25. According to the invoice, it was sent to a Bud and Beyond, who was an occupant of the property on or about June 22nd, 2021. If you look at the invoice upon which this assessment is based on, it refers to a civil citation 27200. According to Mr. Sabaris's records, that citation was in fact paid on or about May 4th, 2021 in the amount of $3,000. In fact, there were additional citations and amounts that Mr. Sabaris paid on that date, totaling a total amount of $9,900. I can go over the separate individual citations and their amounts, but in whole, the $3,000 fine that was issued under the citation was in fact paid on or about May 4th, 2021. I do have a copy of all the citations and of the credit card statement showing that the city of Costa Mesa did charge his credit card for the full amount. The first citation was $2,700 or $27,000. That was an amount of $6,000. The citation cited to in the invoice is $27,200. That was in the amount of $3,000. And the final citation was, the number on it is 041758 in the amount of $900. If you add them all together, it's $9,900. And so the citation, $27,200, was already paid.
Okay.
And therefore, the assessment and civil or lien should not be imposed and is therefore invalid. That is all.
Thank you. Are there any other public people that want to comment?
Good evening. My name is Tin Weston. I'm the attorney for A1 and 3G Partners and Group LLC, who is the property owner located at 2428 Newport Boulevard, number 6. I just received this letter yesterday, and I'm a little unprepared other than going off of my knowledge of this property and handling the citations. The property owner of this property actually did pay the citations that were issued to them. And so the assessment that the city is trying to put upon the property owner would be charging the property owner double of what the property owner already paid. Also in the letter that was received, there's a reference of an invoice, which is City 84185. However, that invoice is not attached to this letter, which is effectively the notice of this hearing for public hearing, and as such, the property owner does not have notice of whether or not what this citation is, whether or not the same citation was issued to the property owner, and also the property owner, in this instance, did everything that the property owner could to remove this tenant that actually fought every single step of the way. I understand that this tenant also filed appeals to the Superior Court on these citations. As such, I would argue that not only is the assessment invalid, but then the notice for today is also invalid as to giving the property owner notice as to why it's being assessed. And on that basis, the owner would like to put on record that it is objecting to this assessment.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to this item? No, I don't see anybody in the chambers. How about on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
None, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Before we have a motion on this, so City Attorney, what do you say about these points that were made that, as I heard both of them say, that the property owner had already paid the fine?
So on the first one, I have looked at the documentation the gentleman has provided. It does appear that he did pay the city the $9,900 referenced, but I don't know if it specifically included the invoice that is here on the roll. So what I would suggest is that you approve it, subject to city staff checking and verifying that in fact it's been paid. If it's been paid, it'll come off.
And
as to Ms. Weston's client,
hold on one second. Before you move to Ms. Weston's client, the one thing that, when you're doing that, look, because the one inconsistency I heard is he said a couple of times that it was paid in May of 2021, and the invoice date listed in our report is 6/22/21. So just consider that. That's it.
we certainly will. That's why I'm saying we will look into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what do you have to say about the other item?
Yeah. Well, we have verified with staff that the proper notices were sent to both the any employee who would have been cited as well as the property owner. The appeal period for appealing those has passed, and so if there has been payment for that specific one, the owner may have paid one that was charged to the owner previously, but this one may be for whoever was violating for the business, for example. But we will verify with staff. I can tell you that the notices were proper. If in fact those were paid, we will take those off as well.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then that we approve the staff's recommendations, subject to checking to see if these two items have been in fact paid. If they have been in fact paid, then there would not be an assessment on those two items. Second by Councilmember Chavez. Does it? I don't have any comments really. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Do you have any comments? No. Okay, then let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, that was easy. All right, so now we're going to go to old business item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is approval of a city ballot initiative entitled the City of Costa Mesa Revitalization and Residential Neighborhoods Protection Measure. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Economic and Development Services Director. Just 1 minute for them to change seats, please.
Yeah, Ms. Lee, whenever you're ready, just take your time and start when you're ready. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is consideration of a potential ballot measure entitled the City of Costa Mesa Revitalization and Residential Neighborhoods Protection Measure. The council discussed this item at the July 19th, 2022 council meeting, and after taking public comment, continued the discussion to this evening's meeting. At the July 19th meeting, the council requested additional information regarding the definition of affordable housing, potential additional corridors for inclusion in the measure, a clarification on R1 zone properties under the potential measure, and information regarding local hire policies. Information was provided on these topics in the staff report, and staff is seeking direction from the council on these items as appropriate this evening. Since the last meeting, staff made only minor clarification changes to the draft ballot measure itself, which are shown in track changes as an attachment to the staff report. In addition, minor clarifications to Exhibit A, which is the corridors map, which is attached to the staff report, were also made, essentially cleaning up the edges of the map. For example, the corridors inadvertently ended in the middle of a shopping center parcel, for example, so staff modified the map to snap the corridor boundary to the edge of the property line. Those types of cleanups were made. And then in addition, on the 19th Street corridor, a modification was made to end the corridor at Federal instead of Monrovia, with one property shaded on the corridor map close to Whittier. And that was explained in the staff report as well. Exhibit A to the staff report is shown here on my screen and is also attached to the report. And we also provided an option to Exhibit A that shows the potential corridors that the council discussed at the July 19th meeting. So with that, staff is here to take council direction on this item, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, council, we're on discussion mode. Yeah, Councilmember Harlan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have questions for staff at the moment, but I do want to say that given the considerable amount of community input we've received over the last few weeks, the ad hoc committee in consultation with city staff has prepared a new alternative for the city council's consideration, which we'd like to present tonight. This is really a simplification of the scope of the ordinance. And obviously we want you to take a look at it and consider it. I'll go through some just basic points before we talk about sort of administration moving forward tonight. First, it really just clarifies the exemptions that have already been proposed. And in particular, Measure Y shall not apply to any amendment or change of our main planning documents, namely our general plan, specific plan, or zoning code, either by the city or an applicant's proposal in certain geographic areas. It's consistent with what we've been talking about to date. And then secondly, in these areas, Measure Y shall not apply to projects that comply with City Council adopted affordable housing ordinance or development agreement. Secondly, this clarifies that Measure Y still applies to eligible projects in existing single-family residential zone properties and public parkland. The alternative also gives some more context in the form of findings to address why this is needed and explain how the city has addressed over the past few years through our housing element update process. So at this time, I think the appropriate action is for us to distribute it to the council, have the clerk to make it publicly available, and then I would recommend that we have a brief recess. Before that, though, I want to hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem Mar, who may have some other points to raise.
Thank you, Councilmember Harlan. I just have two things that I wanted to clarify, certainly before we got to public comment, and then also for the council as they, review the sort of most recent draft that we're putting out there. So one is regarding Fairview Developmental Center. I've received a number of comments and questions about the way in which FDC will be considered as part of this proposal. And I want to clarify, SB 188 was the budget trailer bill. It actually has in there $3.5 million for the city to begin the process of specific planning for Fairview Developmental Center. And the language in the bill states that following CEQA review, that plan will only be required to be approved by City Council. And so there was no pending need to include Fairview Developmental Center into whatever goes on the ballot in November, given the language that's already provided in the trailer bill. The second thing is I've gotten a lot of questions about why corridors specifically, and I just want to be very clear that the proposal, any version of the proposal that you will see tonight allows us to include all of our housing opportunity sites within the corridors. And so that accomplishes a couple of things. It allows us to have an approved housing element moving forward, which means that we have access to state funding, we don't get hit with fines, that we don't have to deal with what Huntington Beach recently went through, where they paid $3.5 million in just attorney's fees related to their housing policy. And then it also allows us to leave the vast majority of the existing ordinance intact for single-family neighborhoods, which we felt it was important to continue to protect. And so those are a couple of things, I think, between the ad hoc deliberations over the last couple of days. In particular, we wanted to make sure we got those details out there early now prior to public comment. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll add, Mayor, if I could
add
a couple more points on the corridor strategy. As my fellow council members shared, really the strategy here was based on the 2 years of input we collected through the housing element update process. What we heard from our community were about what were specific concerns about where housing should be located, and then ideas about where housing should be located. In addition to this plan being consistent with what we heard from the residents through that very extensive process, it's also consistent with our council goals. So we've talked about our future economic viability and generating new sources of revenue. Revitalizing our business corridors is a key part of that strategy. We talk a lot about walkability. Walkability requires increasing density along our corridors to create walkable areas. And so this strategy feeds into that. And then we also set a new goal this year about sustainability. And so I've looked at sustainability in land use planning, and the consistency with that good, sustainable, low energy planning is infill along corridors that have built-in transit. So this is consistent with the resident outreach that we've heard through all of our engagement processes. That engagement included discussions with builders, including nonprofit builders of affordable housing. It's consistent with our council goals, and that's a big part of why the strategy was proposed as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a document then is going to be produced to the council now and to the public, right? So when we say made available to the public, do we have copies of it that we can pass out? There's so many people here, we can't expect them to go online. So
yes,
we have numerous copies?
We do.
Okay, so we've got numerous copies. We have a document that the ad hoc committee wants to show the rest of the council and the public. So let's take 15-minute break. And what?
Yeah, I'm going to ask.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the city clerk to post it to the website right now as well.
Sure, of course. Okay.
All right. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, just so everybody's head doesn't explode at once, what we're proposing is not any major drastic change, and the process that we're going through is no different than what we would do today, considering the alternatives before us. So,
okay. So what I want to do is what did that mean? Hold on one second. Here's.
I understand his question.
Yeah, I understand.
I didn't understand what you're saying, Joe.
I got it. Just give me a second, and then I'll give you the floor. What I want to do then is this: you're going to just submit this to the council. We're going to submit it to the public. When we come back, I want somebody from the ad hoc committee to go specifically through and say, where is the difference than what was proposed? I mean, the words, so that everybody in the council and everybody in the public understands what differences are that are being submitted in this document. Now, Councilmember Harper, you have the floor.
So just so I understand the process here, so because it's a continued item, there were questions, but are there public comments then, or is it sort of like they've all given their public comments and then we're going through a process where you're trying to kind of address something you've heard, John?
No, that's a really good question. No, so this is the staff report. The ad hoc committee has basically supplemented the staff report. Now they have a document they want to show us, they want to show the public. Then they're going to come back and explain it. Then we'll do public comment. All the public will come up. Then we'll close it and do a motion.
Kind of the same way. The thing that strikes me as strange is the information you're going to hand out at the meeting. Do we have a requirement to have it handed out the same time frame we normally hand out information?
No.
No,
It's not a requirement. It's preferable, but it's not a requirement.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do it. Let's do what we said we were going to do, and we'll reconvene. Maybe let's say at 7:45. right, we're back on the record at 7:45. Thank you for your patience. I hope everybody had an opportunity to obtain the document that was provided by the ad hoc committee. If you haven't had a chance, we're going to have staff make additional copies. They'll be out in the vestibule out there. I think we still have some tables out there, right? So they'll be there. And if it looks like one of your neighbors comes in late and doesn't know what we're talking about, maybe just tell them that they can take a look at this document in the vestibule. So we pass this out. The council's had a chance to look at it. The public's had a chance to look at it. Let's go.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I just state where it is posted on the city website?
Sure, yes, of course.
So on the city website page, you'll see a column that states supplemental materials column. That's where we post our normal communications that we receive from the public or any late communications from staff. And so underneath that column, it's listed as ad hoc committee memo. And then in addition, we do have it posted now on our screens here in the council chambers. And as council refers to it, we can scroll to those areas. So it'll be on our big screens. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So, okay, so then in terms of the ad hoc committee, I don't know who can answer these questions, but basically, or who is going to answer them. But so we basically got this document and it's redlined against what was previously in the staff report as attachment 2, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it looks to me like the first bit of changes is an addition, and it's the section that says the people of Costa Mesa fined, and then a lot of, it's A through E. So why don't you, Councilmember Harlan or Mayor Pro Tem Mar or Councilmember Reynolds go through and explain the purpose of that change.
Okay, I'm happy to start on that. Well, it's not unusual to have findings for an ordinance, and we felt that it was important to explain, especially in an ordinance, the rationale for it and the context. And it's been pretty clear from the beginning how much of an importance housing and housing opportunities are. We just wanted to memorialize that in here and also reflect all the effort that's been done in the housing element and how that regulatory process is important to the proposed changes here.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Mar and Councilmember Reynolds, do you have anything to add?
Not regarding
No.
the preamble, no.
Okay, good. And then, so then, flipping over to the next page. Okay, first of all, it looks like the heading of section 1 is changed from name to code amendment. What was the thinking there?
It just reflects that that's the actual action here. It's an amendment to the existing code. And it does as well include a new, more straightforward name for the ordinance. An ordinance to revitalize commercial and industrial areas and protect residential neighborhoods. And part of the reason for that was that we received a lot of questions about just where revitalization would take place. We wanted to reinforce that this was limited to those corridor areas.
Okay. Okay, and then there's some changes to section 2. What are those changes and the reason for them?
Yes. I believe we actually moved some of that language elsewhere.
Okay. Where'd you move it?
Let me just state, Mr. Mayor, I know this is going to seem very odd and cumbersome for the public. It is not unusual, though, when you're making changes to legislation, to have to kind of go through this sort of nitpicky process. So I apologize if it seems, unusual and hard to follow, but the changes themselves we can explain and are not terribly substantive in nature.
Okay.
Yeah, so section 3 has just become section 4 effectively, so it's been moved to later in the ordinance.
Right. Okay, so the part beginning with to provide, where you're saying that got moved someplace? To provide minimum standards for such land use plans and
Right, so that got clarified at the end of following the identification of the locations in the corridors. We sort of simplified that language also. So rather than sort of call it out in the purpose, we called it out affirming what we intended as it related to the corridors. So you can see, so after number 6, north of the 405, that language there, all city-sponsored land use plans adopted or amended for any part of the defined areas eligible for this exemption shall include a public community visioning process. And the next sentence is, all land use plans approved for the areas described above shall include restrictions on building heights, development impact fees shall be required to be paid to mitigate impacts, blah, blah, blah. Do you see that?
I see it. Okay. All right. And then section 3 in our prior draft was stricken. What was the reason for that?
It's actually majorly moved into what's section 4 now. So it's a standalone provision, and it applies to, look at the second page here. Much like we had suggested previously, housing projects that are subject to an affordable housing ordinance would be exempt, or a council-approved development agreement. And this has to take place within the corridor area.
Okay. And then why don't you just walk, there's a number of changes to section, what's now section 3 was previously section 4. Why don't you just walk us through those changes?
So this change is largely about how in prior versions, the triggering activity was major change in land use, which is a phrase from our code that a lot of people didn't seem to understand. So rather than make that the triggering action, we focused on the entitlement action. So what's actually being done as part of a land use application. So that's why it reads, this article shall not apply to any proposed amendment, change, or replacement of the general plan or the zoning ordinance or any specific plan or overplan or adoption of such related to the geographic areas.
Okay.
It's,
and why do you think that's better?
It's simpler, it's cleaner, it's more understandable. You don't have to reference what a major change of land use is when you need to consider whether or not something is exempt.
Okay. And then
So can I?
Yes, of course.
Sorry,
yes.
Can I back up just to put this in
Yes.
context? So the overall proposal is that, we've had such a dearth of housing development. I think Councilmember Harlan can talk about the statistics here in a little bit. And we also recognize that we've had a number of challenges in our corridors, in particular related to aging infrastructure, facilities not being used, tenants of last resort. So the focus is, how do we limit the change that we are making, make it restricted to a certain geographic area, and be very clear about what it is that we are trying to do. However, this is not prescriptive. We're not saying here's a bunch of land use changes that we're making in an ordinance right now. We're saying within this defined geographic area, we'd like to proceed to a visioning and a planning exercise that allows us to rethink what our corridors look like. And so in that context, one of the questions that came up that I thought was a really good question is, if you're saying you're going to be doing planning to allow for future kinds of development, is the planning itself required to be subjected to Measure Y? And what does that look like? Or what are we voting on first before we get to the part where we get to actually do the revitalization piece? And so the language as we rewrote it was to be very clear that we want to do more planning. We want to do all kinds of things in order to truly revitalize our corridors. And so in order to do those things, we also need to include them in the exception more clearly. So it's not just like land use planning in general. We wanted to be very specific that specific plans and any proposed amendments or updates we do to the general plan are covered in terms of what we're proposing right here. Hopefully that made something more clear.
Thank you. Then there's underneath the underneath the 6 categories or the 6 corridors that are described, there's some language that's added. All city-sponsored land use plans adopted and so forth. What is?
So that is to be explicit.
Why is that there?
That's explicit, that there is a community visioning process. I know that was one of the comments we received from the last meeting, that we weren't explicit enough about the idea that the next step in this process would be community visioning. And so we wanted to make that very clear. That's all city-sponsored land use plans adopted as part of the defined areas shall include a public community visioning process prior to adoption. And then one of the other comments we got is, okay, so you're carving out this part of the city. That means that now it's going to be a free-for-all for developers, right? And we're also trying to be explicit about that. That's not true either. They're still going to be subject to fees. There's still going to be a process to go through. There is still going to be requirements for traffic and parks and open space, just like there would be for any other development in the city. And we wanted to make that explicit as well.
Okay. And then if you look at our section, in our first exhibit 2, attachment 2 rather, that we got with the staff report, it has these paragraphs, all land use plans, and then it goes on and it's got 4 paragraphs. It looks to me like what you've done in the last page of the changes that you've handed out is to delete those sections, correct?
Yeah, again, we sort of simplified them with the language that we added previously.
And so those all collapse into this language that you added after the 6 corridors, right?
That's right.
Okay. And so then there's section 4, and it says, and what is that? That's an amendment to 13200-106C. What's the reason for that change?
Councilmember Hartland, I'll turn it over for that.
Well, actually, I will, but I'm going to let our city attorney, since we talked about this earlier, explain that distinction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So there had previously been a question about whether any revision to subsection C had any implications or was even necessary given the prior language of subsection G. Section 4 and the proposed amendment to section C is different, although it is limited to the corridors that are described in G. It specifically relates to affordable housing developments that comply with the city's to be adopted affordable housing ordinance and or city council approved development agreement. It's a separate requirement from what is included in the requirements for subsection G.
Okay.
I hope that answers the question.
And so is that something that you added?
It was added by the subcommittee, but I was just explaining what, the fact that in this version, there's no, what I would say is surplusage.
Madam Clerk, do we have the capability of creating a clean copy of this exhibit for the council and for the public? We're not taking another break.
No, I can, if is Stacy in there, I can send it.
Just accept the changes, and then it's just a matter of printing it out and making a bunch of copies. Okay, it's okay if it takes a few minutes. Okay, so we have this new document that's been presented and kind of explained, other than the questions that I asked, just kind of going through it. Do any of the council members have any further questions of the ad hoc committee? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I've always believed that simplicity is the best case for anything. So I'm asking a very simple question. In broad strokes, can you please summarize what these changes are and what they accomplish?
Sure. Yeah, so, I think we said this already, but we received some really good feedback over the course of the last 2 weeks. A couple of the comments were about things not being clear, not being explicit enough. We received some really good feedback from the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition in particular that I really took to heart. And so the goal was to try to streamline and simplify and respond to those questions. Fundamentally, the intent of the proposed ordinance remains the same, but we've removed some of the language that others found confusing or conflicting.
Okay. That's a good question. Do you want to answer that question, Councilmember Harlan?
Well, I think if you look at the map, any map, if we can put it up, which is what voters would typically look at, you want to know what would be subject to this code amendment and what isn't. And so we wanted to be very clear that if you are within a Seafoam Green corridor area, that may provide you some exemption, depending on what your project is and what the land use entitlement is. Just that simple. And then anything else is essentially off the table. And by that, I mean it's still subject to Measure Y. So a project that would be, potentially in an R1 neighborhood that somehow required consideration under Measure Y, then it would still be subject to that.
Okay, so we're just rewording it to be simpler.
Yes, although this discussion may not lead you to that conclusion, that's actually what it is.
Yeah, okay.
I think, yeah, okay.
Well, and let me clarify that. And I say that partly in jest, but, one of our primary responsibilities is as lawmakers. Legislation is not easy to craft. We've been through several iterations. It takes a lot of consultation with our staff and our city attorney, and it's very easy to look at something and ask a zillion questions, and I understand that. What we had heard, though, pretty repeatedly by folks is that what was up there previously didn't have that clarity, and we want to be able to have, and maybe in the cleaner copy, it will show you much more easily, since it's not muddled by redlining, how it is cleaner and more concise.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, just are you done? I'm sorry. Yeah. So, as I understand it, so in terms of what I see as the major elements of what we had before us before, there's no change in the corridors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The prior ordinance, draft ordinance required a visioning process. That's still required, correct?
For city-sponsored land use plans, yes.
Okay. And is that a distinction from the prior draft?
I think it makes a slight distinction, and I know there was an effort for, if it was just a regular project applicant, they would have to presumably go through some visioning process. That would not be the case under here, because larger visioning is usually more applicable to larger scale planning, such as a corridor or a larger scale piece of property, a specific plan, for example.
Okay, So the visioning process is really tied to the creating the overlays.
Yes, and I should note that, and we do have the language in there, that the visioning process is supplemental and precedes public hearing process.
Okay.
So it's not a matter of just going through a regular public hearing and that constitutes visioning. This is a separate and distinct effort that the city would be obligated to do.
And in the prior draft, the way I read it, there would be a requirement for overlays to be created. Am I right about that? Is that what it?
I don't think there was any obligation for the city to prepare overlays. I think it's our intent as a council. I know some of my colleagues share this opinion that we do very soon the land use planning that we're talking about, that we undertake a visioning process for, let's say, Harbor Boulevard or Newport Boulevard.
And at the risk of adding too much here, I do want to share that because this wasn't an area where we got a lot of feedback, really wanting to affirm the engagement part of that visioning process. So we did talk to one of our former planning commissioners, who's a public engagement and planning expert, and her recommendation was to give examples of elements of a strong sort of public engagement around visioning. And so that's why we added some of the examples here to set the expectations. So this is not, public hearing does not count as public visioning. So we really, this is an area of some new language, and it's for the purpose of really kind of committing to the public engagement component of that visioning.
Can I ask a question while we're on that topic?
Of course.
Do you mind? Talk to us about visioning and what it means and how the housing element process where we had public engagement is different than the visioning you're talking about. And is visioning one project? Is it 10 projects? Is it a whole quarter? And then just talk to me about that, Ernest, if you don't mind.
Sure. Gosh, I wish we had one of our experts here, because they use all the right descriptors of it. I think first, visioning, and the reason we didn't want to commit to a specific definition here is that it does change depending on, in this case, if you're looking at Newport or Harbor or an area that may be a little bit closer to existing residential. But the idea is through the housing element process, the focus was where should housing happen. So the sites that were selected through that outreach process really focused on the locations, right? That sort of 2D map that we're looking at. The visioning process is literally the outcome of that is what is the visual of what this corridor should look like, and an outcome would be images, drawings of what that looks like. Is this an area what a vision for areas north of the 405 around, was it 580 Anton, some of those other buildings, right? That's going to be a very different product than what a vision might look like for West 19th Street, right? Which is closer to residential, lower scale mix of commercial and housing and retail and so on.
So
the process would be, the public engagement process would be really engaging, working to engage the community that lives along that corridor, residential community and business community, to talk about how we use that space. What do we want to see there? What do we want to be able to do there? What are the different boundaries that kind of create the envelope that we want to build within?
Okay, so I'm going to dumb this down, and you'll correct me. But so we're going to take a corridor. We're going to talk to the residents that live there, get their feedback, and then you come back with them with a vision or drawings of what that corridor is going to look like. Is that correct? Is that the step?
Yeah, I think it's a iterative process, and that's different engagement process.
Iterative is too big a word for me, but you mean I'm looking for
back
the order.
and forth feedback. It's a conversation with the community,
okay.
with visuals.
But what's the order of things? Because I, in a pragmatic sense, I see one piece of land is not for sale, one is. Developer wants to do it. He says, I want to do this. What happens in it? I know it's really simple, but it may be a dumb question, but what happens? Do I go back and do the visioning process, or do they come to council with their vision of that site? And
Well, it's
Yeah.
it's not an exclusive process, Dawn. So residents, property owners, developers, community groups, all would participate in that visioning process. And as a planner who actually led and managed these kinds of processes, one thing that you also get out of them is sometimes a thematic objective. And by that I mean, sometimes a certain area might lend itself to certain kinds of uses. It may focus, for example, on active sports. It might focus on tourism. Those are the things that might help shape what the land use plan actually looks like.
So let me make this really clear. What do you think Harbor should look like? What kinds of buildings do you think it should have? How tall?
Let me
What
make
are
it
the
clear to you. Let
setbacks?
me make it
What
clear
kind of
for a
themes
person
should it
that-
have?
that a per- for-
When you drive down
Yeah.
one of the major corridors of our city,
I think
how
you're-
should it make you feel?
Right.
That's the visioning process.
Right. No, I get it. I understand. I understand the term. I really do understand. I'm just trying to, as a person that's bought properties and done land entitlement and grouped properties together and been involved in large projects, money drives it. What's available drives it and can push that in an entirely different direction.
Yep.
Respectfully.
Right. So I think that the interesting question is what happens after the visioning,
So-
right? You're asking about what the visioning looks like in particular. But the visioning allows us to then go back and say, let's create a specific plan that tailors all of that thought into land use plans, into questions of where density goes, what setbacks look like, what architectural standards we hold people to. Right now, across most of the city, there's either no plans or 20-year-old plans.
Agreed. And that's really my point.
Yeah.
Within this ordinance or with this ballot measure, it's somewhat vague because I'm asking these questions, and I'm sure I'm asking them partially for other people that are sitting there going, what's visioning? What's it mean? How's that really work? I think it's really unclear. It's not hard. I'm not being critical. It's just very difficult to see and have confidence that, there's going to be planning, visioning, and in what order. I just asked what order, and I got something pretty vague in my mind. No offense.
So let me continue responding to that. So tonight is sort of step one. It's saying, do we even think that we want voters to weigh in on this idea in November? That's it. We're not voting yes or no on this. We're saying we're putting it on the ballot. Step two is to see how the voters respond, or do they think this is a good idea to reconsider?
I get why we're here, and that's what I'm
Step
trying to
three
clarify.
is
Is it a ballot measure that makes sense? And that's what I'm trying to help with, in fairness.
Step three is to
Let her talk, then you could talk.
Okay,
Everybody will get a chance to talk.
Yeah, got it.
Just not at once.
Step three is to do that visioning that we've talked about. What do we want these places to look like? Everything from architecture standards to setbacks to types of businesses that we could see on Harbor or Newport Boulevard. Step four is to create the land use plans that go along with those things. So it's not just an idea and a pretty picture and lots of public input, but it's actually something actionable that a developer, a builder, an investor can decide how they want to spend their money. And then step five is maybe something actually gets built, but ultimately the city has no control over that piece. What we can do is we can plan in a way that meets the needs of the community. So that's your 5-step process. This is step one tonight. We're probably years from anything in step 5 actually happening. But in my view, you don't get to 5 unless you do a really good job of 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Could you have, let me ask you a question. Could you have done a step 1, a visioning process, and I think it's a big number you should spend, and do that visioning process where people see something that they're really voting on. This is vote for this, and then we'll do visioning. And we're not sure how that turns out or what. It's very, very, very limited. It's simple. I like simple too, but it's very unclear.
Let me respond to that. The way that our code is currently written, if you were to do a typical visioning process, which are standard in doing a general plan update or a specific plan, then arguably you are subject to our code requirement for a vote of the people. And so part of my concern all along has been the city is unable to do that planning without first spending a significant amount of money and taking resources for staff and devoting time, and then coming up with a plan, and then going to the voters for final approval. That, to me, is a bit of a risky proposition. So this avoids, this exempts that process, that visioning process, and that land use planning.
May I cut in for a second? So the city attorney, maybe I didn't understand what Councilmember Harlan just said. For the city attorney, we could do a visioning process, start, complete, and finish a visioning process. We could draft zoning ordinances, all of those. We could do all that work without a vote of the people. It's just that the zoning laws can't be implemented without a vote of the people, correct?
That's right. You can do the process, you can spend the money and do the environmental review and all that's required.
Right.
But then each individual change would have to be voted on.
Well, or collectively.
Before any project gets built in this corridor, this visioning process you're talking about has to occur?
No.
Yes or no? No, it does not. Okay. A few nuts and bolts questions. Who wrote this document? Is it you, Councilman Harlan?
All of us had a hand in it, as well as input from the community.
The community and our city attorney reviewed this document? Staff analyzed this document? Ms. Lee, have you analyzed it?
By this document, do you mean the document that we just got tonight?
Yeah, the one I just got tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, staff discussed the document with the ad hoc earlier today, and from a legal perspective, advised them of any legal issues. That is the extent of it.
I think I'm going to make a comment. I understand this is it's not an unusual process. I'm learning that 2 meetings in a row about what's not unusual. But it is something that's odd to me to have staff not analyze things, staff not present, because I view us as a board with staff making recommendations, and we have input and we have community input. So this is awkward. That's all I'll say.
Well,
but I understand you're trying to get something done, but
it's pretty much similar to what we've done on other situations where we have an ad hoc committee.
I haven't seen it.
But anyway,
go ahead.
well, that's kind of what we did on Measure Q. But anyway, it doesn't make any difference. I've got a question, though, too. Does anybody else? I'm sorry, Don, I didn't want to cut you off. Do you have other questions?
No, it's good. Thank you.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Councilmember Harper. Everybody's got to go back. It's my bad. I apologize. Councilmember Harper. So I misunderstood and interpreted the prior, and I understand where I got it wrong. The prior document and this part's cut out, but if you look at the exhibit 2 that we got in our staff report, it reads, this article shall not apply to any major changes. I know this has all been changed, but this shall not apply to any major changes in allowable land use of property located in the following areas, that's the corridor, to provide for development of housing and mixed use and so forth and so on. And then it has, at the second to the last line, it says, when those properties are subject to an adopted or amended specific plan or overlay plan following environmental review and environmental and public review. I read that language beginning with when as being a restrictive provision, is to say, in order for you to fall under essentially the exemption, the article not applying, the properties have to be subject to an adopted, amended specific plan or overlay plan following an environmental public review. Is that not the way this was written? Did I read that term when, that word when, wrong?
So, yes, that restriction is no longer part of this. And the reason for that is because there was some confusion about what was covered in these corridor areas that actually had specific plans or overlay plans. And what we found is that there were a lot of gaps. And so even though it made more sense to have it didn't make sense to actually limit the corridor and make these little kind of odd jogs when in fact we knew a large corridor actually as a whole should be subject to this exemption. That was kind of a superfluous restriction there.
Okay, and then so now additional amended and specific plan overlay plans that are were referenced in the prior document, those would be clearly under this new document optional.
Well, it's a little bit of a distinction without a difference too, right? It was the ones the map of the existing plans and the map as it stands right now, like to Councilmember Harlan's point, had like a couple little holes cut out of it that achieved effectively nothing. So to just say it applies to the corridor is cleaner and more straightforward than saying applies to existed places with specific plans.
Oh, I see. I read it wrong then. I read that this contemplated a requirement that there be a specific plan or an overlay plan, and so those would be put in place after, assuming this is passed, assuming it goes to the ballot. Okay, anyway, then the next thing I've got is so under the old language, it said in order to be eligible for this exemption, all residential and mixed development shall provide for deed restricted affordable housing. Okay, so the way I read that is, it says pursuant to a city adopted affordable housing ordinance or development plan. So the way I read that is, in order to not go to a vote under, we'll call it Measure Y, the ordinance, the codified Measure Y, you would have to, if you're residential or mixed use, you'd have to fall under, let's say, an inclusionary housing ordinance. Did I read it right the first time? I'm reading from the...
I think that goes to the city attorney's point earlier, which is that requirement is no longer here, but it is separate in the affordable housing section.
Oh, and so it's in another section in the new rewrite?
Yes.
Where's that? Is that separate section?
Yes, that's section 4.
Okay, but I read it differently. I read it in the prior draft that, and I'm sorry to belabor this for the public, I'm sorry, but it's too late. But anyway, in order to be eligible for this exemption, all residential and mixed-use developments shall provide for deed restricted. That seemed to me to, let me just ask it a different way. So under the new document, can you have a market rate housing and mixed use that does not require a vote of the people? Is that possible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so that to me, that changes what was written in the prior draft.
Well, and let me clarify something on section 4, Mr. Mayor, which is that if an applicant came in with a affordable housing proposal in a corridor area, then they would no longer be subject to the provisions of, let's say, Measure Y.
Right. I get that.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear.
But it before it read, in order to be eligible for this exemption, all residential and mixed use developments shall provide for deed restricted. So that language seemed to read to me that you couldn't be exempt unless you qualified under an inclusionary housing ordinance or a development plan. So is that a change that was made intentionally?
Yes, that's not part of it. That was an additional restriction in that section that we thought was no longer necessary.
That has been removed since the last time it was presented?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I don't have any further questions. Any other questions from? Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor.
Kind of rudimentary, but I do have some questions. Just so everybody can follow along, I'm on the third page of the original handed out document. Under line item 6, I think we've somewhat described what a public community visioning process would be, so I'm not gonna ask about that, but there is a statement here in the second paragraph that says shall include restrictions on building heights. Do we have any type of defining statement on what a restriction would be for a building height? I'm just curious about that. Are we talking 100 feet, or it depends on how many stories? Like what is the restriction that would be imposed? It's, to me, it's vague, so I don't know what
Yeah,
that means.
if I could, that's actually the same language that's in the current version. It's just in a different place here. But what was envisioned was that each specific plan or each area, and maybe I should have let Ms. Lee answer this, would be subject to height limits. But as Councilmember Reynolds pointed out, the height limit next to the Encore might be different than what it is on 19th Street or 17th Street.
The point is that the plans themselves will call for what the height shall be, and that will be part of the visioning and the land use documents that are created. It's not going to be a free-for-all or willy-nilly, or we don't know what the heights are. The idea is that 5-step process, you're planning early for what you're considering the maximum building height to be.
Well, I asked this because I know on other projects, that was a big concern of a lot of the residents, that they were concerned there was going to be a big tall building and that's what they're going to have to look at all day long. So that would concern me if I have to look at a big tall building as a resident in an R1 residential area that's being protected from this. The building may not land in my neighborhood, but if it's a block away, I wonder how that could affect. So that concerns me. And then another question I have is on line item 6, just above there, I have some notes, so I'm kind of jumping around here. North of the 405 is pretty much all we considered. Were there any properties south of the 405 that were considered proposed areas that could have been highlighted in green? We have the 405 freeway. Line item 6, it says that the revitalization areas are going to be north of the 405. They're outlined here specifically 1 through 6. So were there any properties just south of the 405 freeway that were considered?
1 through 5 are all south of the 405.
I'm talking like right on the border. So everything north of the 405 is like this border. It says as bordered, right? So is there any bordered just south of the 405 properties that were considered?
So south.
Like the
that'd be
TBN
Harbor.
building, for one. I'll just use that as an example because that was given to me. Could the TBN building be considered as south of the 405 and qualify?
So Brenda, Madam City Clerk, if you could show the corridors map, I think that might be the best way to answer this question. Thank you. So these were the identified corridors that were presented to Council July 19th. So the area north of I-405 is highlighted as one corridor, but there are several other corridors south of the 405. The south of the 405 areas are listed as items 1 through 5 in your ballot measure proposal, and then the area north of the 405 freeway to the city limits is listed as item 6. Hopefully the visual helps.
It does, and I've seen it, but there's like a definite line. There's nothing just south of the 405. So I'm just wondering if there are any considerations that were given for any properties just south of the 405. And the example I gave was the TBN, the current, I don't know what it is now, but it used to be the Trinity Broadcast Network building on Bear Street as it goes over the bridge heading into South Coast Plaza.
Mr. Mayor.
Of course.
So just for the rest of council here, I think that the ad hoc has been willing to take feedback from folks sort of constantly for the last 2 weeks. And so I would urge if other council members have areas that they're proposing to add or that they think would be good ideas that they want to add to the map, that we can still continue to modify. So if council members have ideas, we're here to hear them.
But let me ask a question in that regard, if I could. So, at the last meeting, other council members mentioned other places, okay? And there's no question about that. And then there were a number of changes that were made to the ordinance language itself, but there were no changes made to the corridors, correct?
There is a map labeled Exhibit A, Option 2, that identifies that shows the corridors that were suggested by other council members
but
at the last meeting.
I don't, that's not what I mean. So my question to the ad hoc committee is so those are just all the ones that are listed, that were mentioned, okay? But did the ad hoc committee look into the other corridors that were mentioned by the other council members and make a decision about whether to put those on the map or include those in the ordinance? Because there's no changes to the corridors. So, I mean, did you consider those and reject them? And if so, why?
No, we didn't consider and reject. That's partly why we're here tonight. If there are specific corridors we want to have a conversation, we didn't want to presume that there was a specific corridor that one council member wanted but others didn't. So
right,
we kept it as simple as possible with what was existing, and we're going to presume to include other corridors here on behalf of our council.
Okay.
And the goal was to attempt to keep this somewhat limited in scope, given that with the seafoam green as highlighted right now, we can meet the RETA number that we're required to. We fulfill the obligations of the housing element. And that really is our goal tonight, just as a reminder, is to try to find ways in which we can build more housing in this city, because we know that is a clearly identified need. So adding corridors to paint more of the map green was not our goal. It was to make sure that we can account for the amount of housing that needs to be built as part of the housing element.
Okay. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Councilmember Gameros. Did you have other questions?
Not right now. I'm going to hold off.
Okay. Any other questions by council? Okay, public, we're opening up the public hearing, or public comments. So line up on either side. Everybody gets 3 minutes. At 2 minutes, you'll get a beep. Wrap it up. At 3 minutes, your mic will be cut off. If you are doing English to Spanish or some other language interpretation, you'll get an extra 2 minutes. That's 5 minutes. Okay. So let's start with Mr. Martinez, and we'll go to Mr. Clottey. I got to turn on your mic. There you go. Yes, sir. Thank you for being here.
All right. Thank you. This new proposal, I think it looks pretty good. I'm a student of public policy at USC, so I just wanted to provide my own tiny modification suggestions to this new language, just so that we can hopefully have more housing. Both of my two tiny changes are going to be in section 3, and for the change to our subsection G, it would be to remove the word proposed from that first line, because, well, if you're proposing an amendment, then that doesn't really have to go to a vote of the people, because it's just a proposal, as I believe there was a conversation about previously. So I think that the word proposed should just be struck. And just to clarify the language, unless I am completely misinterpreting this, I think in the 4th line of that subsection, it should be or applicable property located, instead of applicable to property located in the following areas. I think that clarifies the language for me, and I think that would just result in a better ordinance in general. unless I'm completely misinterpreting that. So this ordinance, I think, looks pretty good. And all I would ask other than that is that you approve option 2 for Exhibit A. Thank you.
Mr. Clotty, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Will Clatty. I'm here as the board chair of Share Ourselves, also known as SOS. As an aside, although I now live just on the other side of the line in that other city, my family, my parents and I have been residents of the city of Costa Mesa for over 36 years. Share Ourselves SOS, many people think of it as a social services organization, but since 2012, we've also been a federally qualified health center. As a federally qualified health center, we provide cradle-to-grave primary care services for people regardless of ability to pay, regardless of insurance status. And we have for many years operated a clinic and food bank over on 1550 Superior Boulevard. That's been our home. We're constrained by size. We have a greater demand for our services than we can meet there. Those of you familiar with that know that that neighborhood also has changed. You've got residents moving into the area. We found a great property north of the 405 on the corner of Harbor and Sunflower. We wouldn't have had to make any changes to the exterior. It's on a corridor on Harbor Boulevard. Most of our patients, clients use public transportation. It was great. We were under contract, and then we found out that we couldn't move forward except because of Measure Y. It killed the deal. The owner of the property was not interested in selling to us. In waiting for an election at that point, the uncertainty of an election. We had financing. The financing fell through, and so we weren't able to go forward. The city of Costa Mesa has, I think, approximately 10% of your population is under the poverty line. 12% of your population has no health insurance. We would have expanded services to meet that need. And we would have offered podiatric services, optometric services, but we weren't able to move forward because of that. I'm not sure that's what was intended by Measure Y. So instead of expanded healthcare services, what you got instead was the Paris Baguette Company, which is now there. And we're still at our old location. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Bridget McConaughey, and I am here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union representing Orange County, as well as LA County and Arizona hotel and hospitality workers. The housing crisis is a massive issue for our members, so we generally support efforts to generate more housing development. But this proposal doesn't just liberalize housing development, it also makes it easier to build commercial projects. Now, currently, the proposed initiative helps mixed-use projects as well as the, quote, revitalization of existing commercial and/or industrial corridors. We urge the council to reject the commercial expansions of Measure Y and to limit the proposed ballot measure to residential and not-for-profit projects only. Voters overwhelmingly passed Measure Y to try to slow the pace of development. Now, fixing issues with Measure Y should address our most pressing concerns, the housing crisis. And we should not be encouraging developments such as, say, hotel or event center projects for the sake of revitalization when the same land could be used instead for housing. So we ask for the clarification and the certain restrictions to continue, but not on housing. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Bonnie Copeland. I'm a 30-year resident of West 19th Street, and I came here to point out to you guys that Measure Y is probably as close to a mandate as you will see in your political lives. In 2016, 80% of the registered voters of Costa Mesa voted. Measure Y beat Hillary Clinton, who won the presidential election in our city. She had 49.2% of the vote. Measure Y had 26,132 votes, 68.39% of the vote. But I don't think I want to do that now. I want to tell you how much I object to what just happened. I'm 80 years old. I don't read like I used to. I don't hear like I used to. I don't see like I used to. I cannot take something this big, 28 pages, and then take something that's written in 12 pica type and underline, which makes it kind of run together, and meld the two together in 15 minutes. And neither can a lot of other people. I can't integrate that fast, and neither can a lot of seniors. Neither can a lot of people who didn't have access to this meeting or didn't have access to a computer, who came to the meetings that you held in the neighborhoods. I'm sorry, I'm really upset. Neither can the people who have limited ability to speak English. Neither can the people who are registered voters and residents of this city, but maybe can't think as fast as you guys, or can't read legalese, or don't speak English as well as you guys do. This is unfair. This ballot measure needs to go back to the people. You need to talk to the people. You need to give them the revised ballot measure, get them to say what they feel about it, and then come back and discuss it again. Holy cow, guys, if you don't understand it, how do you expect us to? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I could talk about the different sections. I could talk about how Section 4 is redundant because Section 3 exempts all residential mixed-use commercial revitalization and industrial revitalization in the Exhibit A map. And then, oh, by the way, that also includes affordable housing. Well, guess what? I think it's included in Section 3. It's pretty universal. I could talk about ambiguities. I could talk about how all these people came to the last meeting and talked and begged for more affordable housing, and then the requirement for inclusionary housing got dumped between then and now. But what I really want to talk about is what really goes to the heart of this matter. Jefferson said there were two bunches of people. Those who fear and distrust the people and wish to draw all powers from them into the hands of the elites, and those who identify themselves with the people, who have confidence in them, cherish and consider them as the most honest and safe depository of the public interest. Now, most of you, when you ran, you talked about transparency, you talked about accountability, you talked about democracy, you talked about wanting to embrace the people. You have visioning, blah, blah, blah. But then you get up there and you want to draw the power to yourself. You want to draw the power to the elites. You want to take the power away from the voters. And some of you, I'm not surprised. Others, I'm very, very disappointed. And it makes me mad. And now you're seeking to expand your power, reduce the power of the average voter in Costa Mesa. And not only are you trying to usurp the power and suppress the authority of the voters, you're actually asking the voters to hand it to you on a silver platter. I think we're smarter than that. But then, I don't know, this is really, truly diabolical. And I think it's very similar to what was done in Germany in the 1930s. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, for those folks that look and think I'm watching the Dodger game, I'm not. I have hearing impairment, and the city, in their infinite wisdom, supports people with disabilities. They provide me with a way to be able to listen to what you all have to say, whether I like it or not. They do provide me that ability. So I thank you. I thank the city for taking care of us. I already know how I feel about this whole process. One of the things that concerns me is that we've had multiple comments from you guys about the fact that affordable housing is not clearly defined in Measure Y, and how is that associated with requires by state and federal mandate, yada, yada, yada. And here you had an opportunity to actually define it, to actually put a little definition in there and actually define what it meant. What you did is you took it and said, oh, we fix that by saying now it's the council's purview of what affordable housing projects mean, whether that be one affordable housing, two affordable housing, whatever per project. That purview comes back to you specifically in all the zones. So what happens is a perfectly defined opportunity to really make the definition of what you've all complained about. You just let that one fly and put it back in your hands. Thank you very much for your time.
So Mr. Humphrey mentioned the Dodger game. I don't know if you guys know this, but while we were in session, Vin Scully died. So we'll be adjourning the meeting for him.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for listening. My name's Ian Stevenson. I've been a resident here in Costa Mesa for 35 years. I own a home on the east side, just behind Newport Boulevard. Lived on the west side for about 20 years. And I was one of the people who voted for Measure Y back in 2016. And I think I was one of many who were responding to some of the development things that were happening prior to that. And I think it was a reaction to what was occurring. I think since then, I've noticed, obviously, the housing crisis has become greater than it was back then. We've seen continuing issues in our city with having enough housing that is at all levels, and development has slowed down dramatically in our city. And so as I'm talking to the swath of people that I'm involved with in the work that I do here in the city, I'm seeing a huge need for more housing, and particularly more affordable housing. And I feel like as I look at your plan and I look at what you're proposing to get back before the people to vote for, that this is a reasonable plan. And obviously it's going back to the people to vote. So I, as a person who voted for Measure Y back then, I just want to affirm my support to amending Measure Y and creating, I think the corridor plan that you have in place is reasonable. I think the way you're wanting to include the visioning of people behind it, you want to get the community involved. That's been my experience with you as you've even asked for input from the community. A lot of people that I know, even regarding the housing element and so forth. So I just want to speak in support of the amendment and what you're doing. So thank you for your work. Ad hoc committee, on top of your work already as a council member, thank you for putting in the effort and trying to listen to people.
Yes, ma'am.
Robin Leffler, Costa Mesa. I've lived here, I think, about 45 years, maybe longer, maybe 50. Okay, the first thing that I would ask you to do is to get rid of this extremely deceptive title, the City of Costa Mesa Revitalization and Residential Neighborhood Protection Measure. There is no way that this protects residential neighborhoods. It has dozens of adverse ways that it will affect our neighborhoods, not to mention the increased traffic, cut-through traffic, and that these buildings will shade people's backyards where they never had shade before. Their houses, the backs of their houses will be in shade. You can see when you look at these corridors that they back up to many of the established single-family residential neighborhoods in the city. It's going to really wreck their quality of life and lower their property values. So I think that it is even better to get rid of this idea completely and just have good zoning that covers these kinds of things, allows appropriate development in appropriate areas, and I'd have to say that most of these areas are inappropriate for this kind of potential development. I hear the uncertainty from the things you're saying. I'm thinking what I'm reading and all the reports I read laid the parameters out, and now you're talking about there being meetings after an area is demonstrated for people to give input about what they want in their area, and I thought that had all been done. So I just, I don't know why we need this kind of development. I don't know why we need to. I think that the public would really like to know how this landed on the agenda in this shape. And what I'm afraid of right now is that people are going to vote tonight and cement something that was still moldable here in this hearing, and it's changed from what all the information that went out. The public has not had a chance to see it, has not had a chance to have any input on it. And this should definitely, at the very least, with all this new information and tweaking and stuff that you guys have done, go back to another hearing with publication. I know when things of this import used to come around from the city council, we'd get a little postcard saying this may affect your neighborhood. I haven't seen any of that. People need to know this needs to be thought of for another couple of weeks and figured out a little more cohesively and ripely. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ben.
Hi, Ben.
If you can hear me. I am a resident of Costa Mesa. I've been here for about 8 years. I'm from Kansas originally. Don't think I'll ever go back. I have a beautiful wife. We have 5 kids. We live on Canyon Drive, right near Fairview Park. And I'm 30. And we've just found it. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. We've found it a little difficult to honestly be able to afford some of the the housing prices around here as we've grown our family, as our needs have grown, especially obviously now with inflation and whatnot. There's just things that we're having a hard time with. And I've lived on a pastor's salary since I've been here, and we actually run an organization now where we serve a lot of young families in the area, and a lot of us are honestly dealing with the same thing, similar issues, where we're just finding it harder and harder to get a place. And so I'm speaking on behalf of the affordable housing side and pushing more of that forward and creating more opportunities for that, for my family to be able to stay here, and for many others that I know well. And so I just want to say tonight, thank you guys so much for all you're doing. And I am personally in favor of the amended proposal tonight. So thanks.
Yes, Mr. O'Brien.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Tim O'Brien. I'm with Legacy Partners. In 2018, Legacy completed 580 Anton, which is a 250-unit residential community in the town center of North Costa Mesa. And today, there's over 500 residents there that are proud to call 580 Anton home, just like they call Costa Mesa home. Many of the residents work in the city, and most shop and dine in the city. If you haven't toured it, I know many of you have, but even the public, if you haven't toured it, you should do so. I invite you to do so. You're welcome to do so. It's a beautiful property. It's considered to be one of the finest residential communities in Orange County, and it's right here in Costa Mesa. The project took several years of planning and approvals. It took several $1 million to bring to reality. We went through a rigorous planning process, community building process, public hearings with both planning and city councils. And so we went through those step by steps. It was not easy. I'm confident today that if Measure Y existed, then 580 would not exist. similar to maybe some other iconic buildings in the city. It's just too risky and too expensive to advance that kind of effort, and being subject to kind of ballot box votes. You, the city, are in a, I see you guys in a similar situation. You need to know that Measure Y will allow you to plan and to do these things. You know, you get that done in advance, you go for the planning. Same with us. I'd love to build in this community again, but we really have to know that Measure Y is amended to advance these responsible projects. I encourage you to take that first step tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council. You know, I agree with so many others here tonight in that there's a need for affordable housing. You know, I've seen it with friends and neighbors trying to find housing, and that's not what we object to tonight. We object to the process. We object to the process that you used. I mean, I'd love to know who the public input was. Where do they live? Who are they? How many? We just want transparency in the process. And I have a few concerns going forward with a 5-step process that was proposed. If one of the questions was asked was, you know, how do we engage with the public? Well, the answer was the process of engaging is really engaging. What does that mean? And if the process of engaging means really engaging, then I'm really concerned about the 5-step process moving forward with this. I think the council should step back, take a little bit more time, and really listen to the people and come back with a better proposal.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Toward Lee. I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for 46 years. I'm another of the aging senior citizens that are getting more challenged every year. But I also believe that we have kind of like made a name for this proposal or this measure that doesn't fit the what it really is. And so I am not feeling very good about calling it a protection measure for our homes when it really isn't. And it almost feels as though you're trying to sell a project to us by you doing that. And I also am feeling a little insecure about how well you guys are thorough in your efforts, because I was looking at the city website today, and the city council acting as a successor agency webpage shows Katrina Foley as the mayor, John Stevens as mayor pro tem, Sandy Guinness as a council member, Alan Mansour and Jim Righeimer as council members. And I look at that and I say, my goodness, who is keeping track of the information on our city? And does that give us accurate information of what's going on in our city? And so, unfortunately, some of the things that are happening is making me worried about how thorough we are doing in making sure we help to make sure our city is well managed. Anyway, I'm sorry to be a little bit negative here, but unfortunately, that's how I feel. Thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. I'll start by, well, where we left off last time. It's very clear the state has made it just about as straightforward as they possibly can. Measure Y has to change. So really, we're here to debate what that has to look like. I want to thank the ad hoc committee. They obviously put a lot of hard work in on this, but there's a couple of points I'm just hoping to clarify as we go forward with some of the changes that we've seen tonight. It looks to me, and obviously you can't respond to anything here, but perhaps later, Section 3 applies to city actions, and Section 4 is designed to apply to developer actions. We talked about there's an ability to produce market rate housing within the CFOAM areas, and I'm a little confused exactly on how we can approach some of that. The goal here and what we really need to be demonstrating to the state is a removal of barriers to housing production. That's why I might even suggest within Section 4, if you take a look at that proposed language that came out tonight, you could end it right there at the very end where it says Exhibit A. You could take out the part, let's look at it specifically here, we got time. The area is listed in subsection G as depicted in Exhibit A, period. You could delete the section that says comply with City Council adopted affordable housing ordinances or City Council approved development agreements. That goes back to something we talked about before in somewhat of a surplusage language. If you pass an inclusionary zoning ordinance, that's something we should talk about and the efficacy of that. But it will still apply in those sections. It doesn't need to specifically be called out in this language here. This makes it so your hands are tied, future council's hands are tied as to what you can and can't do. The idea here is to govern via ordinance, not via ballot box. And so I think that you could go forward with all these great proposals that you've put in here tonight. Again, I don't want to detract from my main message. Measure Y has to be amended. It's been called out very specifically. But I think there's a way that we can do this that gives the ultimate flexibility going forward so that as market conditions change, the City Council is best positioned to respond and ensure that smart development that's reflective of citizen interest is put forward and approved. Let's remove all the barriers we possibly can at this level, and then let's get into the weeds on those details later. So again, thank you very much. Always happy to talk to you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Suzanne Wahlberger. I've been a resident of Costa Mesa since 1991. I spoke at the last meeting, and I came back because I wanted to first thank you for the work that you've done on this and the fact that you continued the matter from last meeting to this meeting. Reflecting from the conversations and comments that were made on the last meeting, it was clear to me a couple things. One, that the city has been given a directive basically by the state to get rid of Measure Y. That bothers me in the way that the language was worded in the staff report. And then also two, that there has been some time and energy invested in manipulating the opinion or what's going to be placed on the ballot if you vote on it tonight. The wording, I think, is deceptive. I think the survey that was done was clearly one-sided. I said that last time. And then comments made at the end of the meeting where the city has been a housing desert for 6 years and that the city has essentially been closed for business since 2016. Why? Why, when Measure Y was passed, why didn't the city and the council get together, or subsequent councils, get together and develop a comprehensive land use planning measure that could have, in all the voting cycles that have happened for the past 6 years, been put forward for a vote by the residents, which is what was asked in Measure Y. Why wasn't there stakeholder meetings years ago? Why are we now where we're forced into the situation where we seem to be rushing to put something on a ballot to vote on that is clearly not a well thought out plan? I was listening to the comments and questions among the council members earlier. There seems to be confusion among the council. There's certainly people in the community who voted for Measure Y, who understand its limitations, who would be willing, like myself, to vote on something, but not this. This is not ready. It's not there. It's deceptive. It bothers me that the city has put money into a consultant, into talking points that were given to council to generate what conversation could happen around this. That's not transparent. What was the goal of Measure Y was to have citizens involved in the process. I don't see that that's happened with this either. I know and understand from the last 2 weeks a lot of conversations have happened, but those needed to have happened over the past 6 years. The state has given us some time to come back on this. We're not in as much of a rush as maybe it seems to appear in these meetings, I would like the city to take advantage of that time to come with a comprehensive plan and put that before the voters. Cities need to grow. We need to address our needs. Let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, and City Council members. I am Bex Hayhoe, the Executive Director of United to End Homelessness with Orange County United Way, and after a brief hiatus, I am once again a Costa Mesa resident. I am here tonight to express that Orange County United Way and United to End Homelessness are in full support of the plan that will move development forward again in Costa Mesa as soon as possible. We are in support of moving this forward. Expanded coverage of the proposed overlay would be welcome, but not if additional sites or language would jeopardize the potential success of the ballot measure or be construed as a full repeal of Measure Y. We believe that this could be viewed as an initial entry point to meet the needs of the city's residents, as well as the intent of voters who supported Measure Y, a possible springboard for additional housing developments in the future, a model for thoughtful and engaged civic participation and housing advocacy in Costa Mesa. Housing affordability remains a persistent and growing challenge throughout Orange County for families, veterans, seniors, and individuals as home and rent prices climb to new heights. Due to these rising costs, households are having to spend well over 30% and at times far exceeding more than 50% of their income on housing. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, affordable housing was already a growing need in Costa Mesa and throughout Orange County. Given the disproportionate impact the pandemic has had on working-class families, affordable homes are desperately needed now more than ever as we look to rebuild our local economy. Inclusionary zoning to include affordable housing as part of any new development is a proven policy framework for meeting this growing need. Orange County United Way, through our Welcome Home OC program, directly works to house the most vulnerable in our community, and we know from our first-hand experience that sourcing rental units for people that it has become increasingly more difficult as rents have continued to rise and housing is in even shorter supply. I would like to thank the ad hoc committee and the city staff for their work on this measure and thank the council members for your courage and willingness to improve the lives of those most in need in our community. I am proud to have returned to a resident of my first hometown here in America with a council that I hope and trust will advance the work of finding housing solutions to meet the needs of all the city's residents. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members. My name is Andrew Barnes, 31-year resident, Costa Mesa. Quick comment, if I understand the Brown Act, it's so that we can see how the sausage is made. So if that's what it's for, then we can't really complain that there's disagreement or questions amongst the council members. That's what we want to see. We want to see how the decisions are made and how people are influenced. So that was a sidebar. Conceptually, I'm not opposed to loosening the restrictions imposed by Measure Y and return to the trust that existed between the citizens and our elected officials. I do believe that it was a bold step for the council to ask for this trust without providing a vision of the type of development that you may approve with the additional discretion that this initiative would provide. Understanding the disappointment that led to Measure Y, I would have thought that you would have assuaged our disappointment by providing clarity of your vision for development within the city before floating the initiative. However, tonight's discussion shows that you have received that message loud and clear, and the visioning concepts that you've incorporated into this reflect that. Rather than prolong the current institutional constraints on development, I'm willing to work through the political process as my recourse should this or any future council betray my trust by approving the types of projects granted by the previous council. This initiative will force future council candidates to enumerate their vision for future development during the election cycle. And I think this is a positive outcome. We get to elect the people who share our vision for the city. The only way to keep our city relevant and vibrant is through redevelopment. And my opinion is that new development should create mixed-use neighborhoods that promote active transportation. New residents need to be able to walk or bike to their local businesses. These new neighborhoods with their businesses will attract residents from other parts of the city and result in increased local commerce. Places like Outpost Kitchen, Neat Coffee, 2145, these are successful examples of the pent-up demand for new local experiences. I have a few issues with the proposed areas, and I would that are subject to this initiative, and would request the council make the following changes. Please remove the properties along 18th Street west of Placentia, along Placentia between 18th and 17th Street. Those areas already have affordable and high-density housing. These areas can be added later once we've achieved a greater balance throughout the city. And finally, I don't understand why East 17th Street is not included in this plan. And absent any information to the contrary, this area must be included as well. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carol Kerr. I've lived in Costa Mesa for 37 years. And I know that the Measure Y was passed by almost 70% of the people. And I think you need to listen to the people and not to some others. And I think it needs to be abided by because it's the will of the people. And otherwise, you're really not connecting with the people. They may vote on your submissions, but make it clear. And I think this is what is coming through. You need to make it clear and understandable. There needs to be a trust. You win or you're not to be trusted. And this needs to be pointed out. If the housing, something in me that doesn't like a square, and I don't like always seeing it like it's every building is going to be square. Just wanted to toss that out, even if it is the best use of the property. And I want to know how you're going to price affordable. How do you decide that? So that is my submission. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we got somebody. If you want to speak, come on up. So, you know, because we want to get to the people that are on Zoom. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. I just want to make some general comments and then talk specifically and specifics about the measure. I just want to talk about just how abhorrent and indefensible the position to support Measure Y is, in my opinion. I mean, I'm a sincere believer that housing is a human right. You know, housing allows us to house like the children that we've had that can no longer afford to live in Costa Mesa. Housing allows us to support, you know, immigrants to our community. Housing allows us to support our workforce. It allows us to support the elderly, and it allows us to actually fight homelessness, which is a rampant issue in California. And I don't know, I'm really just disappointed by hearing people who have the, it's not even the NIMBY position. I don't know, are you guys familiar with the BANANA acronym? Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything at all. Yeah, it's, I don't know, I just find it sad and shameful, frankly, to have that position. I'll speak for myself that, you know, I was looking at apartments recently because I live with my mother. She charges me $200 in rent a month, proud of her. And I went on Craigslist, I looked at apartments.com, I spent 20 minutes doing it and then I gave up because there's absolute no chance to do that in Costa Mesa, to find somewhere where I can afford to live. Yeah, so that's what I have to say on a general note. On the specifics of the proposal, I like the suggested changes. I like that I like the adjustments around the planning documents, and I really appreciate those changes. I would just specifically encourage David Martinez's suggestions around I would call it clarifying language. I wouldn't even call it substantive changes, it was just clarifying language. I would also encourage option 2, which includes Bristol, Baker, and East 17th Street, as well if there's a potential to include the Trinity Broadcast Center, former Trinity Broadcast Center site, and the few parcels that are just south of the 405 that are on Harbor, which includes like, I think a Chick-fil-A, an Arco gas station, the CarMax lot, land use that I wouldn't call effective per square foot. I'm not saying they're unproductive areas, I just per square foot of land use, I wouldn't call them productive. Anyways, I think that's all I have to say, and yeah, I just want to appreciate all the work that you all have put in, and thank you so much.
Okay. So, do we have a lot of people that want to speak on Zoom? Okay. I need a break. So let's come back in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back on the record. It's 9:29, so it's just before 9:30. Everybody be quiet, please. Everybody, we got to wait for the clerk, and then we'll start to hear from the folks on Zoom. So let's give our attention to the people who are doing public comment on this item from Zoom. So, Madam Clerk, who do we have first?
The first speaker is Jeff Pettis, please.
Mr. Pettis, you have the floor.
Radio check.
Ooh.
Yeah, turn it down a little, please.
Hi, my name is Jeff Pettis. I am a 10-year resident of Costa Mesa, and I'm going to give you the headline up front. I think what we have here is your guys' process leading to a perception problem. The process that I'm talking about has led to the perception of this council, the people, the 115,000 citizens of Costa Mesa are too stupid or are not paying attention enough to have the courtesy of being able to, give proper analysis and consideration to a big rezoning of the city. Now, when I say process, I think you guys are following this, led to this, is it goes to other agenda matters for that matter. You're using the proclamation process up front. Those are taking long periods of time in previous council meetings. Tonight, withstanding, you guys are doing better. You have these sports awards that are given out that, quite frankly, feel more like promotional ads for the individual candidates and their campaigns. And then the most important things getting backloaded into the back end of the meeting where very few people are paying attention. And I think it's a disservice to the citizens, and I think that needs to change. If we put proclamations on the rear end, as well as limiting these sporting awards. Now, big like this agenda item tonight, this is a major deal for the city, and it's a rezoning of a major portion of the city. In two council meetings, or last council meeting before tonight, we were told that it was brought up a week prior in the study session, which gave the council people as well as the citizens 1 week to read through and understand what's happening here. And that's not enough time for anybody, let alone John Q, a citizen like myself, to understand what's happening. Now, I thought I did pretty well by studying up in the last 2 weeks you guys gave me to understand what's happening in this process. I'm actually calling from Las Vegas right now on vacation. I thought it was good. It was in Don Harper's hands and some other people that we all had a good understanding of what was happening. And then I'm looking at the council meeting, and now we have handouts and edits and changes. And I shouldn't have gone to vacation. I should have remained so I could get a handout and try to read it in 15 minutes and understand the addendums. I think it's a disservice, it's a shame, and I thank you for taking my call.
Aaron McCall, please.
Mr. McCall, you have the floor.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Excellent, thank you so much. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all the hard work the ad hoc committee has done. What I'm noticing is that when folks are doing that old adage, like when morality isn't on your side, bang the table, when no one's listening to you, judge the process. You guys are following the process. This is exactly the point. It's being brought to the voters to decide if they want to do this rezoning, and then they are part of the process of deciding if we're going to rezone. At what point do we just let the people decide? If folks don't like this measure, they can vote on it and say no, they don't support it. Measure Y is clearly untenable. Building housing exclusively is untenable if we're trying to build walkable communities where folks walk, bike, and play near their houses. If we're talking about reducing traffic, there have to be businesses a part of this housing plan and this rezoning. This is step one. We do need more parks. We do need better transportation. And we need even more housing than what's on this list. We need to expand these corridors. But this is a start. There's more for us to do, but this is really good. And so I'm hoping that the council will give it up to the people and let the people decide. If the people say, you know what, we don't want this, then we have to go back to the drawing board, because we are, under the wire where the state is going to start mandating how things go. And I don't imagine people are going to like the decisions being made from Sacramento. This is an opportunity for the visioning to be done by the people of Costa Mesa. On top of this, we are behind, right? So from 2016, Measure Y like froze all development, and housing across California has not been built at the pace to match the people. In our work that we do around the community, not only are we seeing homelessness, but we're seeing attrition of our young people. Folks on that dais can say that they know friends, family member, children and grandchildren that are being priced out of Costa Mesa. My family has been displaced at least twice in this process, where now we're settled in Costa Mesa and we want to stay, but that means we need more housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Clem, please.
Thank you, council members. I just wanted to first make an observation. The speakers opposed to the ballot measure tonight are commenting at a second public hearing about the lack of public participation while council considers whether to put the measure to a vote of the people. Needless to say, there has been and will continue to be ample public participation. I'm a homeowner in Costa Mesa. I urge a yes vote tonight to approve placing the ad hoc committee's measure onto the ballot. I've participated in the housing element process from the beginning, and I support removing barriers to abundant housing of all types to address the housing emergency. This ballot measure, if approved by council and subsequently approved by voters, will remove a clear barrier to housing and help to achieve a compliant housing element. The consequences for a non-compliant housing element are numerous and significant, as the mayor of Encinitas has shared with council, and I'm sure HCD staff has reminded city staff. If council votes no, council will be locking in a non-compliant housing element and all of the adverse consequences that ride along with that decision. Council will have failed to rise to the challenge to demonstrate that it can be trusted with local control in the face of an emergency shortage of housing. I want to reflect on a similar controversy from about 5 years ago. At that time, ADUs were equally controversial, with the League of California Cities and specific cities making wild chicken little predictions of catastrophe if the state passed laws to legalize ADUs. Let's review what actually happened. Some new housing got built, city staff got better, and now ADUs are a non-controversial contributor to the housing element. I predict that if council votes yes and the voters pass this initiative, in retrospect, this decision will be viewed as non-controversial and a wise decision by these council members. I urge council to let the housing element process go forward and vote yes on the ad hoc committee's proposal. Thank you.
Jennifer Ward, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Ward. I am with the Orange County Business Council, and it's a pleasure to be here again to speak on this topic. I appreciate your time. I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments I've made in the past. The reason the Orange County Business Council really cares about housing topics is because the lack of housing options that are available to our workforce, and that's at all levels of the workforce. It continues to be one of the #1 issues that major employers across Orange County who represent us, who we represent, experience and communicate to us. It's one of the driving factors why we can lose out on talented workers and sometimes entire companies to other regions. So combined with some of the other regulatory barriers that businesses face. So we're super excited about the opportunity to have the voters consider ways to strategically remove some of those barriers to housing in a way that preserves the community character. And I just, again, really appreciate all the work that staff and council and the ad hoc have put together towards that goal. I also just want to reiterate my previous comments that we, as the business community, do have concerns with mandated inclusionary zoning and in general, because it adds back that layer of cost burden to building more homes and making progress towards that housing crisis we're all trying to solve. So, want to emphasize that if that's something the city wants to do, we definitely want to be part of that discussion via an ordinance process. But again, overall excited about the opportunity to remove some of those barriers that Measure Y has placed upon progress towards our housing goals in a strategic way. and look forward to being part of the conversation on the other issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Christine Knopf, please.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I just want to thank you for listening to the comments and input from the community and making adjustments to the proposed initiative. I ask that you approve to have a city ballot initiative that I believe will lead to expedited expansion of housing opportunities. Many of us have been advocating for years for affordable housing. I mean, we're like in our third housing element. We're talking decades at this point. And so anything that says like that this is a rushed conversation, I feel like hasn't been a part of the ongoing understanding of like the need, the urgency that we're experiencing in a need for housing. And I also feel like people saying that we don't have a need for development really just are kind of out of touch with the crisis that families are experiencing around housing, around the corridors, the vacancies in the corridors. So I feel like this gives us an opportunity to really both stop talking about affordable housing and finding a way to build it. The reason the state has had to mandate this is because for years we were out of compliance with our RHNA numbers. We didn't find a way to build housing along with other cities. And so this gives us an opportunity, like I said, to really stop talking about it and coming up with reasons that we can't do it and find a creative solution to actually build housing that's going to impact people's lives in our city. I do think it would be preferable to repeal Measure Y for all the reasons that have been stated tonight. But I believe this proposal honors the voices of voters while finding a way to move forward that will support our neighbors. I failed to mention that I'm a lifelong resident of Costa Mesa. I do own a home here and I support this initiative and I will work to see that it passes if it's on the ballot in November.
Thank you. Jen Tanaka, please.
Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you. And good evening, Council and staff. I sent a letter that addressed my thoughts about the process, so I won't belabor those here, although I do really wish we had seen this new proposal sooner. On my read, it does seem like a better proposal, and for that, I thank the ad hoc committee for its devotion to this task. Rather, I want to emphasize what has changed in Costa Mesa since I moved to the area, which was right around the time of that 2016 election. I remember the 2016 election as a contentious one, as I'm sure everyone does. And from what I've been learning in Costa Mesa, the drama wasn't just at the federal level. Unlike today's council, the council then was dominated by a three-person faction that favored broad and sweeping reforms. And these reforms were incredibly controversial and ultimately divisive. And the reforms pursued by the prior council majority went far beyond land use. The former council majority also sought to privatize entire agencies and functions. Career civil servants spent months under layoff notices that would be renewed as they expired, leading to incredible anxiety. And these decisions led to expansive and painful lawsuits. And we're still dealing with the fallout from some of these decisions, such as the decision to privatize our jail services, which I believe is a product of this time. In addition, at the time, voters were being asked to vote on district elections, which some thought were an end run around term limits. So Measure Y was proposed to voters under truly extraordinary circumstances. And to the extent Measure Y was viewed as a pure referendum on an out of control council, it clearly had political tailwinds that went well beyond the issues of land use. But fast forward to today, and we have a different council, and in many ways, a very different city. The defenders of Measure Y proudly point to the 68% majority that passed it in 2016, but I must note that this majority only represents approximately 26,000 voters. 26,000 voters represents less than 43% of the current number of registered voters in the city, so not a majority, and 26,000 voters represent less than a quarter of Costa Mesa's total population. The campaigners for Measure Y should be commended for their hard work and without compensation and in the public interest as they saw it. But you, the council, must act in the interest of all the residents of Costa Mesa and not just those that voted for Measure Y. And while you owe no duty to non-residents, I implore you to consider the interests of potential residents as well who do not have a vote today but may well have a vote tomorrow. So please, please do what must be done to bring more housing to Costa Mesa. In this initiative, or in a revised initiative, and in future initiatives, or in the zoning updates that must come next, please keep your eye fixed on this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Hansberg, please.
Good evening, council members. Elizabeth Hansberg with People for Housing, Orange County. Want to echo all of the intelligent comments that you have heard to go ahead and move this forward and to remove what has been a barrier to building more affordable housing and more housing in general in Costa Mesa. I don't need to repeat what folks have already said. So the one point that I would just like to make is when the folks that are calling for more time, I think what they don't realize is that we don't have more time. It's been 6 years since Measure Y was passed. And in that time, things have only gotten more desperate for the people that are experiencing displacement from rising rents. And while there's a myriad of policy solutions that people propose, the real solution is to end the scarcity, to end the shortage. And that means removing barriers to affordable housing and barriers to housing in general, which Measure Y is, and everyone agrees on that. So I would really encourage you to move this forward. And the other point that I would like to make is I'd like to just articulate and draw attention to the fact that the folks that are here speaking against Measure Y, speaking that you should not put this forward onto the ballot, are well over 60 and probably already have secure housing and are, making their cases based on shadows, right? And the idea that like a 4-story building is somehow going to ruin someone's quality of life. And I would just point back to the folks that were at the previous hearing on this item 2 weeks ago, and the man who brought his W-2 form showing that for his family, I think of 4 or 5 persons, made $42,000 a year and has no protections to be able to stay in Costa Mesa. And the people that are here supporting you moving this forward, it's a pastor, it's a young USC student, it's numerous young people involved in your community. And it's a nonprofit leader who wants other people to be able to enjoy the wonderful city that is Costa Mesa. So this is as much a question of, do we want a Costa Mesa of the future, or do we want a stagnant Costa Mesa of the past? And I would vote for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Esfahani, please.
Hello, this is Kathy Esfahani with the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. I would like to add my voice to the many people who have spoken so eloquently tonight in favor of moving forward with this initiative. I strongly support it as a way to fix the problem that Measure Y has become in our community. As many people have said, we have a tremendous need for affordable housing in our city. We've had that need for many years. No progress has been made. And Measure Y has been a huge barrier for the last 6 years, preventing not just affordable housing, but any housing from being built. As the developer Tim O'Brien pointed out, there's just too much uncertainty to go through all the expense of bringing a project up to council for approval and then facing a vote of the people, which can be so easily swayed by the specter of a boogeyman. And so I think that this initiative is a sound, very good approach to revising Measure Y. I support the idea of having more dense apartments and mixed use on the corridors and north of the 405, where that sort of development will, I think, be a welcome addition to our city. It won't affect the neighborhoods, the single family neighborhoods, but it will give a revitalization to the city and provide the kind of density that we need to produce the housing that is demanded by the state. The housing process we're going through now with our housing element is requiring the city to plan for 4,000 lower income units. and up to, I think it's 11,000 housing units in total. It's a tremendous number. And we can only plan for that if your hands are freed to think of where in the city this housing can go. And the corridors are a great place for it to go. I encourage you not to delay. And on a personal note, my son Ryan just got engaged tonight, and he and his fiance want to live in Costa Mesa in a home they can afford. Give them an early wedding present by putting this initiative on the ballot. So that gives them and other young people hope that they can live in Costa Mesa in the future. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ryan. And his fiance.
Thank you. George Sakioka, please.
Mr. Sakioka, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I'm George Sakioka. I represent the Sakioka Company. And there's a lot of very, very good comments, and I won't go over what a lot of the people have said before me. I think, first of all, I encourage the City Council to place the proposed ballot initiative on the November's ballot. I think that the Measure Y has been an impediment and a discouraging item to many of the people in the investment and development community. And Costa Mesa is a very vibrant, interesting, eclectic type city. You cannot paint it certain sections with a broad brush. What Measure Y has been doing is preventing, investment, especially in the larger projects, to move forward because of the uncertainty. And to get focused back on what Councilmember Marr was mentioning, if you take a zoom back, this is the first step on what the city needs to do to get a state housing element certification. Without that, one of the things that I'm hearing from a lot of the speakers previous is they want to be able to have a say in what happens in their city. If the city of Costa Mesa does not get a certified state housing element in the general plan, that ability may go away. And so this is just the first step toward having more say in what the city does. Because if we do nothing, the constraints that are put on the entire city and the development committee will basically have Costa Mesa as a vibrant economic city come to a grinding halt. So thank you very much, and I encourage you to place this initiative that the ad hoc committee has worked so hard on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rob Dixon, please.
Mr. Dixon, you have the floor.
Good evening. So I know you have a difficult balancing act in your hands, but seriously, why should any resident trust anything this council says about public process? Comments tonight demonstrate that even supporters don't understand what you've proposed. People keep talking about affordable housing, which everyone wants, but the requirement was removed. So yes, this is the second hearing, one where the public had extraordinarily limited time, in this case during the meeting, to review and comment on the proposal. We heard from folks who said that they didn't have the physical ability to fully comprehend what was going on and just wanted more time. When I was on the planning commission, I hated hearing that. I thought we went through this whole process. I thought that we were doing our diligence, and that was the full public hearing process we had with all the different meetings and all the different workshops. This has not been anything like that. The ad hoc was deliberating this week. They said they wanted to get it out there before public comment, meaning during the actual meeting, no time for the general public to review. Only the folks who are in the chambers or on Zoom. We heard about engagement processes from council members, which described beneficiaries, developers and advocates and folks who are involved, but not the actual residents. My council member had a meeting at someone's house. I didn't hear about it except through the grapevine. No effort at engagement. And Councilmember Harlan kind of acknowledges this when he said before everyone's head explodes. And I know you guys have a tough job. I know you're trying to balance a lot of things. But you do have a choice. Do it right. I'm not saying forever. The concepts here may be exactly what the public wants. We'll know when an appropriately vetted and developed measure is on the ballot. But I know all of you know, during your campaigns, you ran on transparency and listening to the public and listening to the community and making sure to protect everyone. And I know that each and every one of you understands that this is not the way it happens in Costa Mesa. This is anathema to our normal, very involved and active community engagement. And one more thing, I wanted to thank Tim O'Brien for speaking. 580 Anton is amazing. I was vice chair of the Planning Commission and I moved approval of that project. And I don't regret it for a second. It's better than we could have ever imagined. I was against Measure Y. I campaigned forcefully against it. But it was as close as a mandate as I've ever seen in this city. So all I'm saying is respect the citizens, do not intentionally undermine them. And just, why not put up Y for an up or down? Or come back again after a little more time with this and make sure more people are getting the news and more people are seeing the revisions and just do it right. Because this is not the right way to do it. Thanks so much.
The next speaker is Bruce Crockman.
Hello, thank you, Council. My apologies for being absent for so much time, but this issue is really important personally to me and my family. And Rob just spoke, I think, very eloquently about process, but if I had my choice, it would be an up or down vote on Measure Y because I opposed Measure Y. I think Measure Y was wrong when it was passed. It's wrong today. You're nibbling around the edges. You're trying to address what was done, in the past, and the state is now looking at these kinds of local ballot box zoning programs and saying, hey, you're impeding the ability to build housing within your communities by doing this. It's as we've all heard, NIMBYism at its worst. I moved here in the 70s, 76 to be exact. In those days, housing was expensive in Costa Mesa. My apologies for the background noise, but in those days, housing was expensive in Costa Mesa for us. We were going to OCC. We could barely figure out how to get enough of us together in a rental to pay our rent and eat and go to school and hold down 2 or 3 jobs at the same time. And it hasn't gotten enormously better, although I will tell you, we bought our house in the 1980s. And so we've lived here since we purchased that house, and we've taken advantage, obviously, of the enormous equity growth that has occurred. But I have 2 sons. They're in their 30s. One of them bought a house in Arizona. Why? Because California is too expensive to purchase housing in. The other one's living in an apartment in Huntington Beach, and he and his girlfriend, fiance, future wife are trying to decide where in the United States they're going to move to because this is just ridiculously expensive to live. Do something, anything, every little bit helps. But I'm not going to oppose Rob's admonition to put Y on us an up or down vote and just get rid of it. But anything would help, I'm sure. Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Cassius Rutherford, please.
Commissioner Rutherford.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm just here to speak tonight. Clearly, I also serve as chair of our Costa Mesa Democratic Club. And I just wanted to comment that the Democratic Party platform unequivocally supports the removal of barriers to affordable housing. I believe many members of our party and voters would support a measure advancing this goal. And what's exciting is this has already been a bipartisan effort with even broad bipartisan support that I've heard tonight, which is exciting. And recent polling continues to show that housing is the top issue for voters in Southern California. And because it's such an important issue for our community, I feel like it's important to say it's pure misinformation that this measure is not about affordable housing or housing affordability. It's been made clear that the city is doing with full intent and public notice an affordable housing ordinance in conjunction with this and the housing element. And the fact this is being thrown around to confuse people is shameful because this is all about housing affordability and affordable housing. And so I'd really like to thank you for giving the public and the voters a chance to consider this.
And the last speaker is Richard Huffman.
Mr. Huffman.
Oh.
Last again, Rick
No.
Huffman? No?
As soon as I said, if you would like to speak on this measure, please raise your hand.
Okay, so here I go. Revitalization and residential neighborhood protection. It's a nice sound, but the essential element is that it removes voter approval from the city planning process. So how will revitalization protect our neighborhoods? What are the plans? How will redeveloping corridors be done to enhance livability and the quality of life, rather than just spot zoning for big apartment buildings with multi-level parking garages? What will the overall design be of these areas? What about streetscape, setbacks, public plazas or gathering places, transportation issues, adding parks, security and financial consequences to the city budget? These are complex issues that require time to propose options. We need to consider master planning for districts throughout the city. You are asking the public to leave all of the above to the political process of planning involving the council, which is subject to the pressures of developers and numerous interest groups. Careful planning and the presentation of options to the residents should precede before removing the right to vote on long-lasting and significant redevelopment. We are told this proposal is about affordable housing. How will this be done? What will the provisions of an affordable housing ordinance contain? There are no details, no proposed language. Is there a plan to build government subsidized housing projects? An ordinance to require affordable units of 5, 10, or 15%? Or will there be in lieu fees with the hope that the state government will build something? Where and when will we have this? Will development applications be accepted during a window of opportunity until an affordable housing ordinance is effective? So I would delay this ballot proposal until first, let's get some ideas and options for what revitalization may involve and the impacts on the city as a whole. What would they be? And then let's vote on it. Then let's adopt an affordable housing ordinance. During the last 4 years, the council could have adopted one without voter approval. So don't let that stop you now. You need to build trust and consensus about where we are headed and let the citizens have a say with their vote. That's how you truly protect our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Oz Reynolds.
Hello, good evening. My name is Olga Zapata, and to be clear, Arliss Reynolds is my daughter. So I don't want anybody to say that I'm calling in support of this because I have that privilege, because I don't. But I'm not gonna frame it in any other way other than to say that in a way, I kind of speak for the Latino community because you haven't heard from anybody. And I'm possibly, well, Mr. Martinez, but I'm one of the people that voted for Measure Y. And I knocked on a lot of doors and I heard a lot of anger from people towards the city council. And I'm not going to say that I was bamboozled about Measure Y, but I am going to say that I wasn't completely clear about the consequences. But anyway, having voted for Measure Y, I am now willing to vote to change it. And not only that, I'm willing to go knock on doors and help clarify any issues that people may have. So do what you have to do to change our development process so that more housing is more affordable housing is provided for those who need it. Thank you.
All right, and now our last speaker, Cynthia McDonald.
Okay, first of all, I want to protest the inclusion of materials not timely produced to the public. With this ballot measure, you've reopened and thrown salt on all the wounds of the Righeimer years. I guess you forgot all the reasons the residents lost faith in the city and the city council. At least you don't seem to understand it takes time to develop trust when the injuries have been severe. That was just starting to happen by addressing the homeless problem. Now you've thrown all that work out the window. The ballot measure's flawed. The process laid out in it is backwards. It's fire, aim, ready. You cannot have a developer or the city propose a project, prepare all the documents to get the entitlements, and then have the community visioning. By the time the project gets to that point and the environmental work is complete, it's a done deal. All the decisions have been made. This is just a setup for the city to, once again, ignore what the residents want. What was described by the council members is the same worthless public engagement that alienated us in the past. And from what I've seen, none of you fully understands what a true visioning process is. For anyone who hoped this would be equivalent of adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance or rent control, well, forget it. This isn't it. This is opening the floodgates to developers to displace families and build large projects with no or little affordable housing by the use of a development agreement. I looked at these two different versions, or well, now three different versions. There's language in there, including without limitation, but that doesn't mean limited solely to, which is what many of the public who are advocating for affordable housing, which I also support, but that's what they think. It's the opposite. This, along with the in lieu fee and the draft housing element, shows the city won't be requiring all new housing have affordable units. These are just two examples of how poorly written and deceptive the ballot measure is. I've analyzed its faults, its weaknesses, but not this latest version. This isn't the way you build a partnership and a relationship with the residents of Costa Mesa. This is the way you corrode the little public trust there was for the city hall and yourselves. You know, the stink of deception will never leave you. And as in respect to nothing being built, 750 units have been built on Anton. 200 units are going up on Harbor right now. That's it.
Mr. Mayor, no further speakers.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so we have a motion by Harlan. Let's hear the motion.
I move that we adopt the ad hoc committee's recommendation for the proposal this evening with all attendant attachments, and to include that one change that was suggested by Mr. Martinez. It was just for clarity, eliminating the word proposed from Section 3, Article G in the first sentence.
Second.
Okay.
And included in that motion would be a updated ballot summary, which we can provide, but it is essentially the same substance that was included in the current one, just a little bit reorganized. Yes, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind putting that up too.
So what has changed here?
Let me see if we have it up here. Compared to the prior version, it's just a reorganization for the most part.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it now? Sure, I'll read this. Ordinance to revitalize commercial and industrial areas and protect residential neighborhoods. to provide for future housing needs of workers, middle-class families, and seniors, maintain the character of Costa Mesa's single-family neighborhoods, protect the environment and open space, attract new businesses, and maintain local control, shall voters authorize the City Council to adopt publicly reviewed land use plans to revitalize outdated commercial industrial corridors, such as Newport and Harbor Boulevards, and expand affordable housing while restricting building heights, requiring developer-paid fees, and keeping residential neighborhoods intact.
Give me a second. And this would replace the ballot, the question?
Yes.
Okay. And is this just being displayed now?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second. What's your reason for this as opposed to what was in the staff report?
It just, quite honestly, puts housing front and center. The substance of this is the same as what was proposed.
Is it 75 words?
I think, yes, that's all it is. I think it's exactly 75, correct?
Why wasn't this provided earlier in the meeting?
Well, first of all, it's tough enough to go through code amendment language, and then this is more of information that's just going to be put on the ballot itself. There's no substantive change to what we had before. If you think this makes a difference, please tell me.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do. So, first of all, I wanted to thank all of the people who commented tonight. This has been a long and exhausting process for many of us, not just in the last several weeks, but this has been more than 2 years in the making, in concurrence with our housing element update. And, you know, it is undisputable that we have a huge problem here. Virtually everyone in our community is impacted by a lack of housing. I don't need to point out all the evidence. A lot of speakers already did that tonight. But at the end of the day, people are struggling to pay for shelter. And I can tell you, after 4 years on the Planning Commission and nearly 2 on this dais, I can't think of a more pressing existential issue for our community than providing more housing opportunities. And you know what? The status quo just is not working, and we cannot ignore it. And I want to put this into context, especially in light of the comments made by the last speaker about what's been built. All of those projects that were cited actually were approved prior to Measure Y. And so let me run down the amount of housing that's been built since 2017. Anyone want to take a guess? How many units? Well, I'll cut to the...
I'll say less than 150.
Well, a little bit more than that. 184 units of housing has been approved, final approval by the city over 6 years. That's 34 projects. And I'll get to it even finer detail. 39 units in 2017, 13 projects. 12 of those are small lot ordinances, 2 units each. 2018, 123 units were approved. 13 projects, 10 small lot. Here's where it gets even less encouraging. 8 units in 2019, 6 units in 2020, 2021, One project, 8 units in Councilmember Chavez's district. And this year, where do you think we're going with this?
Blue-Tarski.
Exactly. Not a single unit has been approved by the city. So when people talk of measure-wise impact, I'm not exaggerating when I say it's killed all housing development. And I find it interesting that Mayor Guinness made that comment I actually really like about dating and time period. You know, if it's not going to happen after 13 months of dating, that first kiss, it's never going to happen. Well, it's been 6 years and we haven't had a single vote under Measure Y. And as the mayor said last time, it's never going to happen. Just never will. And so we need development here. I know it seems like something that people despise. They treat it with such they revile that idea of developing things. But, you know, development puts roofs over our heads. It has impact fees that pay for our parks, our open space, our infrastructure, and creating housing near jobs, which is what we're trying to do. And thankfully, we have a ton of jobs in Costa Mesa. We are jobs rich. But putting them next to each other is smart planning. And it has attendant benefits, reduces traffic congestion, there's environmental benefits, and it promotes economic activity. And I can tell you, I want our tax dollars to stay in Costa Mesa. I want people to live here, spend their money here, and enjoy what we have to offer. And what the ad hoc committee is proposing tonight, in my opinion, is at least a reasonable, balanced, and carefully tailored initiative. It's not a repeal of Measure Y. We heard that loud and clear. But it does 3 things. It preserves single-family neighborhoods. We don't expect there to be any drastic change in these areas. It focuses revitalization on our corridors. This is where we need it. It's identified in our housing element. We went through a 2-year process with tons of community involvement. And it allows the city to create publicly approved plans for these areas. You know, we can't survive on nostalgia. I think that's what drives a lot of people's concerns here. We have to evolve over time. There's always going to be some constant renewal. And you know, we've all benefited from someone, usually it's a developer or a home builder, who had the vision to create something that we need and want. Might be your house, your apartment building, South Coast Plaza, the lab, IKEA. If we don't progress and create housing opportunities for future generations, we will atrophy. And it's already happening. 0 units this year. I don't really know if it can get worse. So we should not and we cannot punish our future generations by inaction. Let's not let perfect be the enemy of the good here. We have a serious problem. We're offering a reasonable solution, and it's time for the voters of Costa Mesa to decide.
Does the second wish to be heard?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I recognize that not everyone has been in the council chambers for the 2 study sessions that we had or the previous public hearing, or may not have participated in the housing element outreach process. One of the statistics that has stuck with me throughout all of this is that 47% of Costa Mesans are in some kind of housing trouble right now. Either they're living in overcrowding or they're spending 60, 70+% of their income on housing, or they're in a fundamentally housing unstable situation. And that was actually what first got me interested in even following what was happening in Costa Mesa long before I ran for office, was this question of affordable housing. And the statistic that we had dozens of children living at the Costa Mesa Motor Inn who got picked up by Newport Mesa Unified School District buses every morning and taken to school. That was their place of residence, and they very much fell into that 47% category of folks who were living in very unstable housing. I've been very clear that I feel a moral obligation to do something, and to Councilmember Harlan's point, I'll be the first to admit that the process was probably not as clean as it could have been. I'll take the lumps for that. I'll take the lumps for even bringing this up politically, right? I recognize that at this point we've gotten some pretty harsh feedback from folks who think that we haven't gone far enough that anything short of a repeal of Measure Y is insufficient. We've gotten criticized by folks for even how dare we bring this up during an election. You shouldn't touch housing. It's a third rail. You're going to get killed in the election. I don't really care about any of that. I didn't expect to get called a Nazi by a former mayor, so that's a record. But I recognize that like this is going to be controversial no matter what we do, and I own that because I think it's important that we do something. I also want to say what this is not. I heard at least one public commenter say this is rezoning. It is not rezoning. It is the first step in a process. Will we get past visioning and determine that some upzoning needs to happen in some parcels in the future with sufficient public input to decide that that is a thing we are ready to do as a city? Yeah, maybe. But that's not what we're doing tonight. Tonight, we're just deciding, is this something we want the voters to weigh in on? Is this something that even makes sense for us to talk about it as a community? And when I rattled off those 5 steps earlier, I didn't mention one of the intermediate steps, which is if this does get voted on positively tonight, the next phase is an education discussion with the community. It's the opportunity to make sure that folks understand what it is that we're asking them to vote on in November. It's continued public outreach and conversation. This doesn't go quiet until November. This is a continued ongoing conversation with the community. I really want to make a point of thanking the ad hoc for their political courage in talking about this and in touching the third rail that is housing, and embarking on that 5-step process. We have to start somewhere. And I really appreciate Council Members Harlan and Reynolds for joining me in that journey. The last thing I want to say is that I got asked earlier today, well, what happens next if this fails? And the reality is, I have no idea. I don't know who sues us first, the state or developers. I don't know how quickly we potentially lose the funding that goes right now to supporting city services and our homeless shelter, and any of the other things that we expect to come down the pike that are currently supporting city services. I don't know how quickly and how enforceable the fees are and the fines are that have been talked about at the state level for the last year. And if we don't have an approved housing element, I really don't know what the next year looks like. It's going to be ugly in some way, shape, or form. And so I'd love to be able to give clarity to the council and to the public about what that is, but this is pretty uncharted territory. If we don't start planning for some amount of housing in our housing element, it's not going to be good. So I don't want to be, voting on this based on fear alone, but I want to make clear to the rest of council that doing nothing is no longer an option. So with that, I think I'm good, Mr. Mayor, unless anybody has any questions or comments or anything they want to add to the motion, which I think Councilmember Harlan and I will still accept.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Member Harlan and Pro Tem Mar, for your comments. I think you set the stage eloquently to describe the dire state we're in. And with that in mind, I want to make a few amendments because I think this is a chance for us to really start looking at all Costa Mesa, not certain pockets. First, if amenable, I'd like to add the Trinity Broadcast Network because they themselves have asked us to include this in this process.
Maker of the motion, would you be willing to add that property to the corridors?
I'd be amenable to that.
Okay.
Second cures.
Second, I would like to add Baker from Fairview to Mendoza to ensure we're not displacing any residents and we're targeting just those specific warehouses. And the staff recommendation also mentions the same little section.
I honestly prefer to defer to the council member for that district anyway.
That's Mayor Pro Tem Mar, I think.
It's not actually Paularino Channel.
It's Paularino, yeah.
Northern border of my district.
That's Lauren.
I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Camaros.
Okay, I would support it in that case.
Can we clarify, you mean the south side of Baker?
Yes, south side.
Thank you.
And that actually is my next point. I want to remove any existing home, maybe apartment, condominium, or home from the Seafoam Green area. I want to see no residents displaced for this measure.
I guess my question is to staff on that. What does that actually mean? And is that multifamily as well as single family?
Yes, I don't think, because I want to rent, it should be in a lower tier than a homeowner.
I agree with that.
So I'm going to ask for a moment so I can change the maps to the Exhibit A, Option 2, which includes the Baker Street corridor, so we can have a visual of that. Let me change the map here.
And as you do that, Miss Lee, and thank you for doing that for the public, I just want to mention that, not because it was a particular parcel that I thought may have fallen into, I just want to make it clear to the residents of District 4 who have had the fear of displacement for so long, that if by some happenstance they happen to be one of these areas, they're not going to be impacted and removed. That's the whole point of me mentioning that.
Okay, so I've brought the map up that's attached to your staff report as Exhibit A, Option 2. This included optional corridors that were mentioned at the last council meeting. So you can see that there's Baker Street, the Baker Street corridor is included here. I would note that the portion of Baker in between Harbor and, just the area that's located south of Baker, close to Harbor, that those are some residential uses. So the map will change a little bit from what we're seeing here. So if I understand your direction, it's to include the Baker Street corridor, and then in all of the corridors to remove existing residentially zoned properties.
Yes, we don't want to have anyone be displaced on accident. That's a really important thing for me.
And there are no R1 zoned properties within the corridors already, with the exception of Wimbledon that we discussed last time, north of the 405. But there are multifamily zone properties within the corridors. So when we talked about corridor planning before, the idea was removing those multifamily properties would make the corridors a little splotchier, so it'll be a less of corridor planning, but our intention was always to focus on commercial and industrial. So at the pleasure of the council, we can make those modifications to the map, and then we will show you a revised map before the council makes a decision, so the record's clear.
Okay, thank you for doing that. And then,
Thank you.
2 more streets I'd like to add. First is Bristol. Is everyone cool with that one?
The maker of the motion, are you okay with adding, so it's Bristol south of the 405 to the Newport border?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Second?
Concur.
All right.
Concurs.
And I think the last one might be my most controversial one, but I have to mention it for equality. Can we add 17th Street?
17th.
East 17th.
East. Okay, here's my concern about East 17th Street. Unlike other corridors that have been identified here, and as noted in our staff report, 17th Street works very well. And during our housing element discussions, public participation, there was virtually no interest in trying to put any kind of housing on there. More importantly, there hasn't been any developer that I'm aware of or property owner who's expressed an interest in doing that. So in the short term, I don't expect any changes on 17th. So I would be really, that's hard pressed for me to agree to something like that. When it's working, I don't see why we would futz with it.
And as an ad hoc, you have done a bit deeper dive. So just to bring up pro tem, have
Yeah.
Similar thoughts?
I mean, it would effectively not have any like real impact if we don't think that it's likely that there would be housing sites developed. Part of the housing element process, when the identification of housing opportunity sites occurred, we actually had to find the nexus of what is likely to be developed in the future. And the fact that none of those sites were located anywhere near East 17th makes it unlikely in my mind.
Okay. So with that in mind, I will not seek to add that, and I appreciate you guys being amenable to my additions. So I will speak briefly on this measure because I did not come in today thinking I was going to support it, and I think I need to speak on why. I hear a lot of the concerns residents had when they said this was sprung up on them. I hear that concern because I remember how it felt when I walked these halls when I got elected in 2018, and how some staff members met me and they were like nervous. They were nervous to meet a 23-year-old who was nervous to be in City Hall. That was because of a prior council. What we're hearing today is a lot of like trauma from like prior decisions. And I feel that because I too voted for Measure Y off of that fear of not having a say in the city I grew up in, and seeing my neighbors be displaced by condominiums they couldn't afford, and seeing my neighbors have to move to the Inland Empire, and seeing less housing being put in a lot that used to have 8 families, now had 4. That's something that I think we have to be mindful of when we're making decisions like this. That sometimes some folks have concerns, not because we did something wrong, not because we weren't as attentive, but because in the past, someone has broken that trust. And I came in with the idea of, well, perhaps we can give it more time and we can talk to more folks and do some kind of process where they may have a chance to put their input in and have more communication. But what changed me was the urgency in people's voices today. It was the urgency of the folks that didn't have the stability of owning their home. Because that's a blessing, that's a privilege that, you know, all of us should, most of us aspire to, my generation. And I know it comes with hard work. It's not given to you, right? It's one of the biggest investments we make as Americans is buying our first home. But what I heard today in those voices, what changed my mind was an urgency that things weren't going to get better if we waited. It's the fact that for the past month and a half, I've had people in my district, both documented and undocumented, contacting me because their rents keep going up despite lack of investment by the property owners. I've seen properties in my district be deemed unworthy of humans living in, and the residents having to be displaced because the houses they were staying in were substandard. That is what happens when we wait. This measure is going to be something different that we're used to. But what I want to remind the public of is this. We are trusting the citizens of Costa Mesa to decide if they are comfortable enough to select a few parts of the city to be looked at for housing. And as a council, we're doing our best to showing you that we don't want to touch your neighborhoods. We want to preserve them. We think they're blessings. That's where community is created. We just want to find the places in Costa Mesa where we can truly build housing so the folks that live here, like myself, that grew up here, like myself, can have opportunity to pay a rent or buy a home that's not going to burden us. I pay $1,650 a month for my rent, and that's well above 60% of my monthly income. And there's people in my district that are paying $2,000 for a studio. I have people in my district that are scared to call their landlords to fix a pipe because their rent will go up. I have folks my age who I went to high school with living on their parents' couches because they grew up in Costa Mesa, they love Costa Mesa, they work in Costa Mesa, and that's the only option they have. That's why I'm voting for this measure, for those folks in my district and for those folks in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. So do any other council members wish to be heard?
Trying to push a button.
She's trying to push, and then we'll go to you, Councilmember Harper. I just saw her pushing first.
Sure, she's got something better to say than me. So.
I know. I don't know if you have anything better to say. I was watching her try to push it. I didn't realize she pushed yours.
Well, I was
go ahead.
thinking let's.
I don't care. I mean, do you guys care who goes first?
No, I agree with everything we've heard so far. The need, certainly it was a consideration. Should we work some more, right? I think we've done a lot of work, and what we're asking to do with this step is to put this in front of the voters and ask for the voters to make a decision on this recommended approach to solving our very critical housing need. And I think Councilmember Chavez described that need beautifully. We've acknowledged this need for a long time. It's one of our council's 3-year strategic goals. We've been working on this for a long time. We've taken a lot of input on it, and we're asking for a public vote on it. So I appreciate that, and I would have loved to have many more conversations too. And I expect that I will have many more conversations as we, if we have an opportunity to ask the public, to vote on this. I want to share a perspective, though, in why I'm really proud of this recommendation. One, absolutely, it is a step forward in trying to solve a very serious housing challenge for half of our residents now, half of our residents today. But it's also a really neat opportunity. It's rare that you get to solve a really difficult challenge by also creating opportunity. And so this corridor plan gives us an opportunity to step forward on addressing housing challenges, but it also gives us an opportunity to do that public engagement and visioning, to build the walkable communities that we've been talking about for a long time, to start focusing on mixed-use development, which is a critical part of low emission and sustainable city planning. So I think it's actually, we've heard a lot of fears of what had happened in the past and fears of what could happen. But I think it's also, I want us to be thinking about this, and I'm excited about the visioning processes. I'm excited about engaging communities and businesses along these corridors to talk about what could be. What should 19th Street feel like? What should Newport Boulevard feel like? I don't think anyone's particularly in love with Newport Boulevard today, and we could tackle housing and tackle creating a beautiful corridor that makes people proud of that boulevard and brings tourists and tourist money to bring money into our economy. So I just wanted to share that perspective that we haven't shared tonight, because we have been so focused on addressing the urgent housing need. But that's one of the reasons I'm proud of this recommendation, and will be encouraging people to vote yes for it. I think we're able to tackle several challenges and really take a positive step forward for many aspects of our community with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Harper.
First, I want to thank all the people that came out and spoke, and the lady from 19th Street who says she's 80, don't look 80. And I appreciate your frustration in that. Cynthia McDonald, Suzanne Wahlberger, Rob Dixon, all spoke very well. And on the side that wants to get rid of Measure Y, I appreciate that. I voted against Measure Y. I thought it was problematic. And why we ended up with Measure Y is people, the voters and residents of Costa Mesa had a image of what they wanted their city to be and were concerned about developers changing that image, and they didn't trust it. And I think everybody here agrees, and I do, and I agree with all of you, even though I'm probably going to vote against this, because I always do. I want a vision for what a beautiful Costa Mesa. I want to see that happen. I am skeptical that the mechanics, and we're going to vote on it, so good for you guys. The voters will vote on it, but the mechanics of this measure as written don't ensure a couple things. They don't ensure affordable housing. So you can talk about affordable housing. They're not in this measure. There's no mechanics to ensure visioning is done properly. You know, I was just spent a weekend in Chicago. I would never live in a big city, but Chicago's beautiful. And I took an architectural tour, so I'm an architect now. You know everything. It's beautiful. And it came with a lot of planning, probably some corrupt money too. I don't know about Chicago, but it's beautiful for a city. It's clean. It's got a river walk that's fabulous. And it made me think of this here in Costa Mesa. And here's the real thing. The real thing. I've done home remodels with my wife, and she's learned to give me 3 choices. 2 are crap, and the other, so I picked the 3rd one. So the problem with the big problem here, the big selling problem here is people don't know what you're doing, and they're nervous about that change. You know, we've approached this like, no offense to you attorneys and engineers, we've approached it from a technical perspective instead of so much of an emotional perspective, going, this is what we're going to do, and people can get behind that. And that's the problem. That's the problem you're hearing. We're all on the same page, really. Seems like we're on different page, but I don't think we are. It's just what we understand and what we trust. And you've got developers in this room, which I respect, and they spoke. Money drives, economics drive what gets built. And it may or may not be affordable. And that's everybody's concern up here too. And I see Chavez nodding, so he agrees with me one time. And we are frightened of 23-year-olds. I was 23 once. So that's, again, thank you for everybody speaking and staying up so doggone late. And thanks to Chief or City Manager, or what are you now? Anyway, thanks a lot. Take care.
No, got nothing. Okay. So I'm the last one to speak. So, what a roller coaster ride this has been for me, honestly. And I think all I can tell you and all I can say that I have committed to you is listening and reading. I've listened to every word you said. I've read all of your emails and all of your letters. And I will concede and agree that the process to get here, let's just say, had room for improvement. And so that did give me concern. And I heard you say that, and I think some of those points are valid, particularly the presentation tonight. And I think that it's better. It's actually an improvement, but getting it on the night of the meeting is irregular. And then, but then I just have to vote. I was listening carefully to testimony. I listened to all of you, and I just in the broad policy of needing to move housing forward and affordable housing forward, that I think is just more important to me than whether I got this yesterday or today or you know, it's just more important. I recognize that we have a problem. I know personally, because my kids can't afford to live in Costa Mesa. I am a privileged person. I bought my first house in 1991. I have low property taxes. I live in a beautiful neighborhood. I bought my 5-bedroom house that I live in right now for $367,000. Okay? It's worth a little bit more today. And so I have trouble really, I don't feel the pain. I don't feel the pain. But I have to put myself in the shoes of the people who do feel the pain, who didn't buy their house 30 years ago, 40 years ago, you know? And I mean, so frequently we have people, and they're obviously, I mean, I'm one of them, people that are that come up and tell us how long that they lived in their house and they're a homeowner, and I respect that, and they're very extremely important constituents because they've invested in our community. But they probably don't really understand what it's like to be 25 years old now, living in Costa Mesa, just trying to pay the rent. They just don't. I don't understand. And so when I hear that, I have to listen, and I have to take that, and it has to inform my decision making. When I hear the numbers, they cannot be denied. No one who advocated for Measure Y in 2016 thought, I don't think, or advocated for the idea that in this year and last year there'd be like 10 housing units approved. No one contemplated that. And make no mistake about it, Measure Y has not given power to the people. There has never been a vote. There never will be a vote on a project under Measure Y. But there will be a vote on this. There will be a vote on this. And if people voted down, okay, so be it. Is it the perfect ballot measure? Probably not. We could probably talk and get it just more perfect. But ironically, the people who don't like it and love Measure Y, I don't know why they want it to be perfect. I mean, they're better off with an imperfect ballot measure. So I understand the issues with the process. I'm trying to understand and put myself in the shoes of people who desperately need housing. There's no question that Measure Y has completely disrupted the market. And also, there's also no question that what Mr. O'Brien said, which is true, and I kind of made a similar comment last time, is if Measure Y was in place, there would be no 580 Anton. If Measure Y was in place, by the way, despite what is, my office is right by the Halcyon House, which is just getting built. That was entitled in 2014, well before Measure Y. The 200 units on Harbor, right by the golf course, those were entitled well before Measure Y. That was already in litigation in 2016. So Councilmember Harper's, I accept as accurate and credible what he said about the housing. It's mostly been small lot ordinances and the project over by the Sandpiper that was done by the Olson company. That's it in the last 6 years. And a community that does not develop in some form and fashion will get crushed. Will get crushed by other communities, neighboring communities. Now people want to live in Costa Mesa. 10 years from now, if we don't have some development to revitalize our city, people won't want to live here anymore. Having said that, you know, it's a ballot. It's this whole idea of Jeffersonian and everything like that is we're putting it to the voters. We're not undermining Measure Y. We're saying, now what? Now with additional data, additional information, how do you vote on this proposal? We've heard many people who've said they voted yes on Measure Y, but would vote yes on this. So we shall see. And then the other thing too is I want to say thank you to the ad hoc. Even though I said that the process could have been better, and I stand by that, you always operated in good faith. You should not be demeaned by anybody. You're not diabolical. The thing about Nazi Germany was way over the top. You've done the best you can. And so let's see how the voters vote, how the voters vote. And then we'll take it from there. And the last thing too is it doesn't end there. It's like every single one of these projects that move forward and every single zoning ordinance, if any, that's approved, we will be, or the council will be accountable for that and those decisions, accountable to the voters. Oddly enough, under Measure Y, we really haven't been, because I don't think I've hardly voted on any projects other than one Metro West. That's the only one I voted on. So anyway, I'm going to support the motion. I acknowledge the issues with the procedure and the process. I acknowledge that. Could have been better, and we'll do better next time on that. But the ultimate process is a vote, and it's going to happen, and we will see what the voters decide. Let's call for the question.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry. Just want to make sure that we clarify. So the actions recommended in the staff report include resolutions for arguments, rebuttal arguments, and the notice of exemption. I wanted to make sure that the motion included all 4 recommended items. The first one as amended by tonight's proposal and as amended on the floor by the additional areas and the exclusion of existing residentially zoned properties, and also with the new 75-word title. So I just want to make sure that we're encompassing everything in the motion and that both the mover and the second agree.
Yes.
Yes, City Attorney, regarding number B in the staff report, determining the authors of the written arguments, do you need those names now, or is that to be determined?
Well, there won't be another meeting, so it either should be part of this motion or a subsequent motion.
With the council's concurrence, can we leave that as either myself or Councilmember Harlan or Councilmember Reynolds? Or some combination
Certainly
thereof?
the council could designate any one or all of the members of the ad hoc committee as part of the motion, and that would be fine.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
As you may choose between yourselves.
any concerns with that, Mr. Mayor?
No, it's fine with me.
Do you want to state that again, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, what your recommendation is?
Yeah, so my recommendation, part B of the staff recommendation includes determining the authors of the written arguments, and I would just request that one or all or some of the members of the ad hoc be granted permission by the rest of council to author the arguments for and against, rebuttal, et cetera, on the ballot itself.
Okay, I concur with that.
Okay.
Do you want to see the revised map?
Yes, if we can have a moment, just so the record's clear, we've modified the map to include the corridors that the council identified in their motion this evening. We've also removed residentially zoned properties, so that's R1, R2, R3, and planned development residential properties from the map. We've done that in real time so we can show the map to the public here. So Brenda, I don't know if that screen is connected.
Yes,
Okay,
showing right
perfectly. So that is the modified map that will be included as Exhibit A.
Zoom in.
If you'd like, we can go over a brief description of what was added, but you said it earlier, so I think it was clear.
Yeah, I'm good.
Councilmember Chavez, does that align with your?
I don't see the TBN site on there.
It is.
It is? Oh, I see.
I like seeing the patches because folks don't be in fear that they lose voice. So, yes, it's beautiful. Thank you
Okay.
so much for doing this.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. we ready to vote?
Please.
Councilmember Harper? Yes. Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, if there's no other comments from the council, let's adjourn the meeting in honor and in memory of Vin Scully.